cabochons, through to your really, really high quality beads, through to the strands which you might have seen on JewelleryMaker before, and then some flat faceted pieces as well.
I like the Viking knit because for me it gives that finished look to your pieces. You can use just the knit on its own and create a statement piece, add one stone and your look just completely changes. It's such an easy technique to do. And again, you can just do so much with it. You can flatten it, you can make rings with it, you can drop stitches, add stitches. It's just got so much scope. And again, having a Lazy Daisy tool to create the knit makes it so much easier. You can do it, you know, you can carry the tool wherever you go, and it's just a really, really lovely technique to learn.
JewelleryMaker is your one-stop shop
for all your jewellery making needs.
Our mission is to provide you with the best quality products,
value for money and excellent customer service.
Come and learn with us.
Tune in every day from 9 AM to 9 PM.
JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Even when you've got a pile of emerald that looks like this, even some of the larger gemstones, which are mainly reserved to put into jewellery, if you hold one of the bigger stones up to the light, you'll notice that only part of the gemstone is light and gem-worthy.
Welcome to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed, thank you so much for joining us, and it is a bit of a traditional Late Show format this evening because we're going to revert back to our roots. We're going to have a bit of a miss it, miss out style show, so it's going to be quite pacey. If you like the look of something, get on the free phone number early, or of course you can shop at jewellerymaker.com. just click to buy now, but make sure you check out your basket, otherwise you could miss out on the deals. Quite a lot of low stock items tonight, so we're going to be quite pacey. So we're going to offer you the benefits of the item. We're going to bring the price point on screen. If you think that this is something that could enhance your designs, then add it to your order and make the most of your 1 P&P per day, of course, just £2.95. And we'll move through as many items as we can so that we find something for everyone. I think that that is the fairest way to do things. And not only that, but we do have a couple of beautiful premiere items to bring you, both in quite an organic cut in terms of their form, but you get quite a sizable carat weight on each, and you also get some very prestigious and sought after gemstones, the kind of gemstones that would normally be associated with, I suppose, one-of-a-kind sort of jewellery designs, in the form, first of all, of colour change garnet, which is coming up at around about 6:30, so not long to wait at all before we bring you the colour change garnet. Obviously it's going to be quite difficult for us to show you that optical phenomenon, colour change, but colour change garnet is a gemstone that actually displays a more dramatic colour change than the likes of Alexandrite, for example, which is a real collector's gemstone. So first come first serve as ever here at JewelleryMaker, and we're never going to limit you to a single strand either, so if people want to multi-buy, they can. So get on the phone lines the second the graphics hit the screen. And coming up as our superstar buy is this month's birthstone in the form of pink tourmaline. Now some of these are almost bordering on being classified as rubelites. That's the sort of depth of colour you've got here from your pink tourmaline. And as I say, it is this month's birthstone, but probably in the most feminine variety. So you can't go wrong with that. That's coming up at the end of the show, and we've also got another treat which I think will be very, very complimentary. But we'll let you know about that later on. Before that, we're going to get the show up and running with an incredible deal. So where are we going to start, sorry? Okie dokie. Oh, hold on a second. What am I thinking of? We've got some cords. We both forgot that, didn't we then? It's, do you know what? It's because am I being silly and can't? Ah, they're just here. Sam's bringing them to me. Because I didn't see them, I thought, what's going on here? Do you know what? The last time we had these, we had a lot of fantastic suggestions, and I even talked about the dog collar that my mother had bought from Harrods for her pet, you see. And it's because they have the almost identical finish to these. I think they'd be perfect for those sort of quirky items. We were talking about the idea of having more alternative sort of designs on your craft fair store, so maybe putting a little bit of focus on the likes of cufflinks or glasses chains, or of course items for pet collars, and these definitely fit the bill. Maybe it's just where my mind goes, but that's what I see when I see these beautiful cords. They're sort of suedette finish, or velvet leatherette, my apologies, that's the way it's been classified, my apologies. And look at these colour tones. Do you know what I would describe them as? Gemstone colours, actually. So, you know, sometimes you get very vibrant colour tones and you think, well, Mother Nature would never create that colour tone, but these definitely fit the bill. You've got this beautiful ruby red, then you would almost argue that's a sort of Amazonite green, maybe, amethyst purple, tanzanite blue, and smoky quartz brown. That's the way I would describe all of those colours. I would link them all back to gemstones, because that's the kind of colour tone that we're looking at on these particular cords. You actually get a metre length of each colour, so in total you've got 5 metres. Going to go an awfully long way if you are using these in more traditional designs. In fact, if you did want to create maybe a little collar for a cat, of course, if you've got the metal stamping kit, perfect, so you can put your pet's name and your phone number onto a little blank, apply them to this sort of studded finish, which are actually gold plated metal beads. And I know it sounds a little bit, some people out there will be thinking, well, I'm not going to waste gold plated metal beaded velvet leatherette cord on my pet, but other people out there are going to be serious pet lovers. So people who have, you know, an emotional attachment to their cat or their dog will love the idea of offering them a piece of luxury, almost jewellery to wear as your pet. And as I say, my mum has once invested in a dog collar from Harrods for a dog, and it was almost an identical to this here. It was this colour tone, it had this little metal beading on it. So there you go, it just goes to show how much people love their animals. I know, because I'm a dog owner and I love my dog. 5 metres in total. Actually, you know, I'm focused on that just because that's where my mind's taken me, but if you can imagine how easily these will be integrated into your braiding techniques, for example, job's a good one, because you've got that metallic shimmer, you've got the high-end finish from the actual material itself as well, and you've got 5 metres in total. Just to be clear, the diameter itself of the cords is 5 millimetres, where you're seeing the studded or beaded finish on there. We're going to have to bring the price on screen. Lots of people already getting involved on this particular item, and at $6.95 you can understand why. We have had a very busy day here at JewelleryMaker, so lots of people already have their orders up and running. And if that is the case and you've already paid your $2.95, then yes, for an additional $6.95 you can add 5 metres of your velvet leatherette flat cord with your gold plated metal beads. Now the only reason I focus on that is because we were discussing it earlier in the week, and the idea of maybe giving yourself a little bit of a niche when you are approaching a craft fair, or if you're selling online. These are the kind of items that might set you apart from other designers. Of course, maybe you have a very unique way of integrating this into your jewellery designs. If that is the case, then why not share it with us? The number that you need to text to is 60777. Just start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, simply click the message box and whatever you write will come through to my producer's screen. We welcome your interaction here on The Late Show, and we don't always have a designer here on The Late Show, so you are my expert designers. And yeah, so basically, if you have a top tip or a design idea, or maybe you just want to say how much you love me, then text in, and people who do that, you'll get straight to the top of the queue, of course. $6.95 is our bundle deal this evening on our leatherette velvet cores. My apologies, these are quite wordy, the description of this, aren't they? But I do have to say, it's a fantastic finish. Sam, who is our tech op this evening, but also a talented guest designer, would you go down the same route as me, or is there anything in your mind that I'm missing out?
I would definitely do one for my kitten.
You do one for your kitten?
I do myself a choker, because I'm a little bit like that. I like matching my animals.
You like to match with your pet? I like that, Sam. Okay, send us in your pictures of wearing matching jewellery with your pet. I'd love to see those. So, that's a great idea. So, it's such a good idea for pet collars that actually Sam would emulate the design and create a choker for herself. I like that. $6.95, that's how we're getting up and running this evening, but we have got a lot of deals to bring you, and we're going to maybe revert back to a bit of a more miss it, miss out format show this evening. Oh, we've already had a texting show. I love it. So this is from Deborah in Essex. It says, "Oh, Ed, you old flatterer, use memory wire and sandwich it between the studded cord, makes real rock chick earrings." There you go. How did I flatter Deborah? Just by saying that all the viewers are my guest designers, maybe. I've seen your Wall of Fame designs. It's not shameless flattery. You're all very, very talented. Okay, we're going to kick off with a double deal. So this is our best way of offering you clearance opportunities here on The Late Show. And it's basically to create bundles. Now, you're going to see these all day long here at Jewellery Maker, but here on The Late Show, we try to get them wholesale opportunities. So we really the biggest reduction we possibly can. My producer, Mr. Liam Nevitt, works, well, tirelessly to make sure he's offering you the best value on the market. And actually, our executive producer's been doing a little bit of research into what our competitors offer you, and I have to say, I'm more enthused than ever about the value we bring you here at Jewellery Maker, because we are blowing everybody out of the water, particularly when we're looking at a gemstone that is very, very popular all year round. 360 carats of moonstone on each strand here, so over 700 carats in total. These are, I suppose, quite statement gemstones, really. They're 12 millimeters in size, and if you were to buy these two strands individually any other day, they'd be £33.90. So, which makes them £16.95 per strand. And we're not staying there this evening. We are going to take them down to a clearance price point. Do you know what? It's quite rare to find moonstone that is this large. It's offering you a huge impact, and I have to say, I can see the Irregular essence here. Hopefully I'm going to be able to show you that on screen. You see that? It's quite subtle in our studio item, but when you see this at home, you're going to be mesmerised by the optical phenomenon you see here, this beautiful schiller that you get inside the gemstone. Oh, we're a little bit struggling, aren't we, thanks to our studio lighting. Now, brand new buyers to us here at Jewellery Maker might be a little bit sceptical and might think, well, are you sure? Would you really bring us gemstones that weren't offered to you in the optimum lighting environment? It's impossible, because the lighting we need to broadcast is never going to be the ideal lighting environment for a gemstone. Trust me, that's why we offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee, and right now a risk-free shopping experience, because it's buy one get one for just £5. That's a £12 saving this evening. Oh, £11.95 savings, my apologies. yeah, I don't want to mislead anybody, but sometimes, you know, you just round up to the nearest pence or pound, sorry. So yeah, you're making a saving there of over £11 on these 2 strands. Our little bit of advice at the moment is perhaps to tune into the Late Show with a fellow jewellery maker, and that way you can really make the most of these clearance doubled. Make yourself a very indulgent piece of jewellery. You can do that right now for £21.95. Quite sizable rounds here, 12mm, so even if they didn't offer you an optical phenomenon, which they do, they'd still make an incredible impact on your designs. And actually these are going to look quite almost dramatic within a winter style design, because you've got that sort of icy colour tone for this particular item. That's a double clearance deal. They're down from £33 down to £21.95, so an incredible saving there. But we've got to move on. I did say that we'd be moving thick and fast to our deals tonight. And 24, sorry. Yes, so we're going to offer you some of our... Oh, it's 23. Sorry, it's because there's a little 20 extra, 25 on top of 24. My apologies. Here we go. I'll tell you what. This is almost reminiscent of little Christmas baubles. I'm just going to say it. If you are thinking about planning ahead for the party season, have a look at these. This is your coated quartz. A little Christmas tree of life, perhaps, with scaled Christmas baubles, perhaps. These range in size from 8 to 10mm, so a very subtle graduation on the strand itself. Maybe you just want to make a sort of a themed piece of party jewellery. I think these definitely fit the bill. Now, we're not actually being able to see the sort of graduation of colour across the bead, but it does move from an electric blue, oh, actually you can see it slightly, electric blue into an amethyst purple, and then a golden tone towards the sort of tapered edge of the gemstones. You also get your base metal spacer beads, which might help to incorporate these gemstones into another design. You could actually use those spacers, couldn't you, to make the gemstones go a little bit further. Again, these come from our Gems of Distinction range, top quality coated quartz here, and I do like the complete difference in the finish that you get from natural faceted quartz to a coated quartz. But tonight we're going to give you a clearance price, buy one get one for £1. Even I am shocked at the price point that we're giving you there. It is a clearance deal. That's our job here on The Late Show, and basically it's our job to add it to your order prices so that you can maximise on that 1 P&P per day. I think we've definitely done that here. Buy one get one for £1. And normally I do hear people say, I just don't know how we do it. I know exactly how we do it, and I'll tell you right now. Basically, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. It allows us to work in quite a unique way, getting as close to source as possible. On many occasions we actually own our own mines. We're starting to buy our own mines across the globe, and even when that isn't the case, we have been working with the same suppliers for the best part of a decade now through our links with Gems TV, and that allows us to negotiate the best possible prices on the market, and we pass those savings on to you. I know a lot of companies that might have spent 4.5 years building up quite a prominent global brand, and then of course they hike the prices up and cash in on that. We're never going to operate that way here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, because it's our dream to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible and give you the same opportunities, not just to own luxury jewellery, but to make your own luxury jewellery. $10.95, well over half the stock's now been allocated on that clearance deal, and if everybody was to actually check out their baskets, we're probably left with, what, single figures of availability. So we're going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on to our next Miss It, Miss Out deal. Where are we going to, sorry? Okay, I'll give you a little flash of this by not being able to count a minute ago. And it's our sheets of leatherette. What is it, sorry? Lamb nap, that's it, isn't it? Yes, great work. I love the colour tone here. The only way I can describe this is the same way it's been described on the classification, and that is a neon blue tone. This is the colour tone you'd expect to see from those classic varieties of apatite, the neon blue tones. Have a look at that. Now, I know that Natalia previously has provided us lots of inspiration regarding this material, but actually a lot of jewellery makers actually get involved in this hobby, in this style of crafting, because they have a background in haberdashery or working with different materials, and so this might actually sort of be more of a traditional product to many of our jewellery makers. Maybe you got involved with jewellery making when we launched 4.5 years ago, and this is a new concept to you. Why not experiment with integrating different textures and mediums into your designs? You will find that it takes your creative design in a completely different direction, and they're normally $14.95 per sheet. These are 1 square foot sheets of your lamb napper. Basically has a sort of a leatherette feel to it, but it's actually a lamb napper, as I say, and it's available right now $17.95. What's that? Buy one get one for £3. That sounds about right. Yeah, there we go. Buy one get one for £3. Normally $14.95 per sheet. Might be a little bit more niche for the classic beaders, but anybody who has invested in the leatherette DVD or the leather DVD and is starting to integrate those different mediums into their designs, that is a massive saving. And I happen to know that when you go to sort of the haberdashery shop, they tend to be independently owned, don't they, locally owned, and so they can't really afford to work on the margins that we work on. So you can pay a pretty penny just for a square foot of these materials in other shops. Right now, if you are adding this to your order, you are getting a genuine clearance deal there. Buy one, get one for £3. Normally £15 each per sheet. So that is a massive saving. We are going to move on. As I said, we're going to try to find something for everyone this evening. And we're now moving on. Really? This is incredible. Oh, 22. No wonder I was so shocked. Do you know what? Let me just turn it up. Right, I'll just tell everybody, just in case they don't know. Basically, I've got an earpiece here, and I don't know anything. I just get told what I'm doing by my producer and director. I couldn't quite hear what they're saying, so I keep making mistakes. I've turned it up. Here we go. Right, now. Yes, that's green Aventurine. Now I'm not so shocked. There we go. Again, a massive impact from your perfect rounds here. They're 16mm in size, so for me, you could easily use these as the focal point of a design, particularly with the colour tone. We often describe this as Mother Nature's base tone, so there's no other gemstone it won't go with. I'd love to see this. Just one gemstone caged inside some gold wire. You like that, Sam?
Yeah.
I'm getting a nod from, well, our resident designer this evening. Sam's certainly more talented than I am at jewellery making, and yeah, that for me, again, it could be a little bit of a Christmassy gemstone because greens and reds and golds tend to be very popular at that time of year. But actually, as I say, when you're looking at a pastel green tone like you've got here in your Aventurine, you know it's going to work with virtually any other gemstone. You know that it's going to offer an impact because of its size without overpowering a different colour tone because you've got that pastel shade. So I would say pretty much an ever-present in most jewellery makers' collections. Normally $9.95 per strand. We're going to take it down to a clearance price point this evening. So normally you'd get 650 carats, but hold on a minute, normally you get 650 carats for $9.95. Tonight you're going to get over 1,000 carats, 1,300 carats for $12.95. That's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. As I say, we don't just make genuine gemstones accessible, we offer you huge carat weights. And you have to consider the amount of work that's actually gone into creating these, of course, because they have all been polished to very exacting standards here to create a 16mm round. You can see that uniformed across the strand, and then if you do start to link these up with other gemstones, you really will be able to appreciate the impact that you're going to get there. Have a look at that, for example. Look at that. You can go for really, really vibrant colour tones, or maybe you want to link it up with autumnal colours. You just can't go wrong here. And of course you can be a little bit more sparing with this particular strand because you've got 16mm plain rounds here, so they're gonna make an impact no matter what. We'll leave that on with you. It's another double deal, and I'll just try to remember where I snatched these strands from and we'll move on. This time we're bringing you more of a neutral here in the form of your crackled clear quartz, but I think on this occasion you're actually getting an impact again from the gemstone, and this time it's from the way it's been faceted. Fantastic sparkle from the gemstone itself, and I will use that word because that's what we're really looking for as jewellery makers. I know that, you know, the gemologists among you will describe this as a sort of light refraction, if you like, but really ultimately what we're looking for is that sparkly effect from a gemstone. It enhances so many different designs, it gives them a classic finish, and of course it's very popular with people working on bridal commissions, which tends to be how a lot of our jewellery makers get started with turning their hobby into a small business. Normally $7.95 per strand. That in itself offers you incredible value, especially when you're looking at over 100 carats on each strand. Tonight for 220 carats of faceted barrels, wow, less than £10. 220 carats, and actually we were talking about this cut with the very talented Gemma Crow on, let me do my math, Tuesday night, my apologies, and she was talking about the way that it does actually give you a bit of dynamism to your designs, the way it will easily be integrated into a number of different pieces, so maybe to give you a different texture or finish to a classic necklace design, or maybe to be used inside a tiara or a hair comb, for example. So very versatile, and I think that seemed to be a bit of a theme of Tuesday night's show, the fact that we were looking for versatility with these gemstones. So not only are we offering you incredible value, $9.95 for 220 carats, but we're also offering you a very versatile cut here. Lots and lots of people on the phone lines. As I say, bit of a miss it, miss out theme this evening, because we are going to try to get as many opportunities into the show as we possibly can. Am I thinking? Okay, yes, I've got those, yes. Here we go. So same gemstone, same effect in offering you neutrality, clarity and sparkle, but this time in your faceted round. So these are probably going to be even more popular than the last strand. I think that was bordering on selling out. So here we've got over 300 carats of your clear quartz, this time in your classic faceted rounds. They're 8mm in size, so probably uniform in terms of their cut, but also in terms of their desirability. Every single jewellery maker out there is going to be able to work with this particular cut and gemstone. Normally $7.95 per strand, but double deal, and again we're going to take a double deal under £10 this evening. Incredible. Just $9.95 once again for your clear quartz, this time in your faceted rounds. So they're 8mm in size. I can't see a design these wouldn't work with. I can't think of a gemstone they wouldn't work alongside, and if you did want to keep it quite classic, maybe, so I'm thinking we do have the 8mm faceted black agate coming up later in the show. Look at that for a monochrome effect, especially for the party season. Again, I'm sorry to hark back to that, but we are inching ever closer to the festive period. I mean, that for me is a classic combination, but actually they'll work with any gemstone. So again, I could maybe bring those hot pinks in. Actually, how about all three of those together? Look at that. I mean, for contemporary designs and for sort of classic party wear. So ticking every box. Looks like that's going to be another sellout deal. As I said, we do have very attractive bundles this evening. We are trying to get as many deals as we can into the show. I'm going to leave that to one side because it is now time to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for a star buy, and on this occasion it's a wholesale bundle. So we've taken two very, very popular strands and we've bundled them together in order to offer you the best possible value we can and to bring you a wholesale price point, a clearance deal if you like. And on this occasion it's your clear quartz. Once again, we're focusing heavily on those sort of winter like gemstones, but also gemstones that offer you versatility and neutrality. Clear quartz definitely fits the bill on that front. And here we've got your faceted wheels. So this is quite interesting because they will almost sort of interlock because of the flat polished finish that you have on each rondelle or wheel, and then they're going to pick up that traditional sparkle because the faceting occurs on the outer edge of the gemstone. So no matter how you set these into your design, they're going to work in a number of different ways, offering you clarity, offering you sparkle, and offering you versatility. Can't go wrong. And then a little injection of vibrancy, maybe. As we move into the autumn and winter months, you might start to wear more muted colour tones, you know, such as maybe your sort of brown colour tones, your greys, your blacks. And so maybe you're going to use your accessories to actually inject a little bit of vibrancy into your look. This has been classified as orange quartzite, but I have to say it's not orange, it is yellow. You know, I just want to make sure everybody knows exactly what they're getting here. It's a very distinct sort of buttercup yellow tone here that you're getting from a gemstone. There might be very subtle variations in the colour saturation, but this sample that I have is offering you more of a yellow tone than an orange. So just so everybody knows where they stand. This is 6mm rounds on the actual quartzite itself, and sometimes I get asked about quartzite, whether it's a genuine gemstone and how they come up with the name. Quartzite is basically a hybrid gemstone between your classic quartz crystal formation and sandstone, actually. Sandstone, another quite well-known rock, I suppose. Rather than a gemstone, I suppose sandstone is more of a rock formation. And when you get those two mixing, what you actually get is the same effect from your quartz in terms of the clarity and the density, but you get a slightly more porous gemstone, and therefore it takes on the dyeing processes that we use much better than the classic quartz, and that's why you get this beautiful vibrancy of colour, that gorgeous yellow tone. 80 carats of yellow quartzite in your 6mm rounds, 60 carats of your clear quartz in the faceted wheels, ranging in size from 4x2 to 9x3. We do have an add it to your order price this evening on this particular wholesale bundle. 2 strands for $6.95. Now the reason I describe that as a wholesale price point, regular viewers will already be aware of that, but if you are new to us, we only charge you 1 P&P per day. And yeah, basically the lowest possible price we can show you on our live shows is £6.95 for 2 strands of gemstones here, offering you over 100 carats in total, and you've got those very alternative colours actually. I mean, you don't have to use these together, it's just a way for you to potentially bulk up your gemstone stash. And we've had a little message through from one of our Paula from Essex says, I wish people would wear bright colours in the fall and winter. We need a lift when it's so dark outside. Absolutely, Paula, I know exactly where you're coming from. In fact, my late father always used to say to me that for 4 or 5 months of the year he never saw daylight because he worked in a factory where there was no windows. He used to leave the house at 6 o'clock in the morning. He didn't get home till 6 o'clock at night. So we didn't used to see daylight for 4 or 5 months of each year. So I think, you know, if people like to, you know, bring a bit of vibrancy and a bit of colour, I suppose, into the darker months here, why not? Why not, indeed. So you've got the yellow quartzite here and the classic faceted crystal quartz for just $6.95. It looks to me like this faceted quartz actually comes from our Gems of Distinction range. So to bring you 2 strands as part of this collection for $6.95 is hugely impressive. Not the kind of price point you'd normally associate with genuine gemstones, especially faceted gemstones. And Suzette has also texted into the show. I love this. I love it when people get involved with the show. It says, "Evening Ed, when visiting Vegas last year, we went to the Grand Canyon and quartzite was scattered all over the floor where we were." Suzette, now, when I think about the Grand Canyon, is it predominantly sandstone? The Grand Canyon? I don't know. I'll do a bit of research into that, but when I think of the Grand Canyon, that's the kind of colour tone, that's the kind of rock formations I actually think so of, so that totally makes sense to me, but I will do a bit of research for you. How amazing is that, though, to go to sort of the other side of the world, to go to basically a sort of landmark, we would say that, wouldn't we? A global landmark, to go to the Grand Canyon, and then to see a gemstone scattered all over the ground. But that just goes to show that Mother Nature creates quartzite. It's not a sort of synthetic or anything like that. It is created by Mother Nature, genuine gemstone, and right now I can bring it to you for a clearance price point. That's how we operate when we bring you a star buy deal. We're either going to bring you a wholesale deal like this, where we've bundled together 2 gemstone strands, or a premiere launch like we have with our pink tourmaline and our colour change garnet. We're going to move on. In fact, our next star buy is coming up in just 20 minutes time, and this is what it looks like. See? Oh, I love the combination here. This is almost autumn or fall into winter, isn't it? Because you've got the warmth of those orange and golden tones, which is reminiscent of autumn, and then you've got those icy blues, which is probably more associated with the winter months. But yeah, absolutely fantastic. They work together, or of course could be a great way to bring a bit of a unique feel into your gemstone jewellery, because of course on both these strands, each and every gemstone is completely individual. We're going to move on, and we're going to now bring you something from our Gems of Distinction range. Happen to know for a fact we have very, very limited availability on this. In fact, I'll just tell you, we've got 2 remaining in stock. It really goes to highlight the popularity of these gemstones, but also the collectability of the gemstones, I have to say here. It's just exquisite. I would love to have this in my gemstone collection. Nothing to do with jewellery making. I do make jewellery from time to time, probably not as proficient in my finish as many of you out there, but my real passion is gemstones and gemology, and that is a passion that's developed through working here at the Genuine Gemstone Company to actually own the 3 most desirable varieties of corundum in one item. Is just an opportunity that I don't think we've been able to offer that many people. I think we only ever had double figures of availability. We're now down to not just single figures, the final 2 in stock. So it's first come, first serve. First people to come through. You're not going to be disappointed, trust me. And if you are a gemstone collector... What's that? Sorry, Sam? Sam's looking... Oh no! Every time this has been on air, Sam has been unable to add it to her... Say again, sorry?
As much as I love working for you, you're the only one that brings it all.
Right, I see. So as much as Sam loves working on our show, she does miss out on a lot of deals. Well, I think on this particular occasion, you're definitely going to miss out on this item, because we only have... Oh, okay, one's already gone. For the last one in stock, that's redonkulous. That's the only way to describe it. I'm sorry for anybody that misses out on this deal. We are looking at the 3 most sought after varieties of corundum here. Actually, I would argue that you've got 4 varieties of corundum here. Some of the pink sapphires, I would say, are bordering on rubies, because you've definitely got a red hue in there. But then, I mean, look at that. That looks like, you know, a midnight blue, doesn't it? The exact kind of colour tone you'd normally associate with the gemstone. And then, for me, my favourite variety of corundum, actually, in the form of canary sapphires. I absolutely love yellow sapphires. Often used by, I suppose, you know, master jewellers, high-end jewellery designers, to replace canary diamonds. You know, if they can't get hold of canary diamonds, which obviously do require a huge price point, instead you're going to use those canary sapphires. They are exquisite. Sometimes you actually get greater colour tone from a canary sapphire, of course, because when you're talking about vivid colour tones in diamonds, they generally demand sort of 3 if not 4 figure sums. Sorry, 4 if not 5 figure sums I was thinking of there, rather thousands or tens of thousands for vivid yellow diamonds, whereas canary sapphires don't quite demand the same kind of price point, but offer you the exact same kind of vibrancy. And to be honest, for what we're trying to achieve as jewellery makers and the kind of commissions we receive or the kind of venues we sell in, I think sapphires are probably going to offer you the same kind of gravitas as a diamond. Would people agree with that? Maybe in a sort of village hall, if you're offering canary sapphires, probably going to give you the same draw as a diamond ever would, particularly the quality you're going to get for this price point. Okay, there is one remaining. There is some interest. I don't know if it's been allocated or not. If you are on the phone lines, I would advise using your 30-day money-back guarantee, because to get these 3 strands of sapphires or corundum for that price point, I doubt there's many suppliers that can offer you that. We've got to move on, I'm afraid. As I say, one remaining in stock. So speak to a member of our help team if you want to add those to your order. This is gorgeous. It drew my attention earlier in the hour. Fantastic. I mean, we aren't going to give you an exclusive price reduction. This, for me, is one of the most interesting varieties of rutile quartz we've ever seen here on Jewellery Maker. High praise indeed, and I'm sure you'll agree. I would never say anything that I didn't wholeheartedly believe in here on the channel, and I suppose the black and white rutile quartz is probably more of the traditional variety we see here on the channel. The golden rutile quartz is sort of the sort of benchmark within the industry, but this is offering you something in the middle, I suppose, something quite dynamic, but with a little bit more versatility, I think, than the drama of a black rutile quartz. Forest green or a British racing green, if you like. Love the way the faceting enhances the gemstone because of that depth of colour, because of the dramatic nature of those deep green rutilations. Look at that. I mean, can you see the way it's sparkling? That is going to get you noticed. This is what you're seeing on the face. Feed into your creative process. Maybe you want to create quite an angled or dynamic design, because this is going to be the focal point. And I have to say, each and every one of these is probably large enough to be used as your pendant. They range in size from 20 by 14 to 34 by 23. As I say, probably one of the most impressive examples of rutile quartz we've ever had here at Jewellery Maker. Oh, my apologies. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and it's currently available for £27.95, I have to say. For 245 carats, that to me sounds like a steal of a deal. Sorry, I just looked a bit silly then, but that was genuine shock at the price drop. I was expecting to see that go down to maybe £24.95, just to hand you back your P&P, make it a sort of a risk-free shopping experience, but at £14.95, that is incredible. And I have to say, rutile quartz might not be a sort of classically revered gemstone, but for me it's the kind of gemstone that is going to attract attention in craft fairs or with people who have got a passion for bespoke jewellery, because it's priced for its inclusions. It's a gemstone that offers you not only that classic lustre from the way it's been faceted, but it's a gemstone which sort of has its own internal story in the form of those beautiful rutilations. Okay, that's flying out the door, and I'm not surprised with that huge price drop, but we're going to move on. And this time, whoa, we are going from, I think, the best or one of the most interesting varieties of rutile quartz we've ever seen to probably one of the highest quality strands of Rainbow Moonstone. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, but in the upper echelons of the Collector's Choice range. So this is top quality Rainbow Moonstone, the kind of Rainbow Moonstone that if the high street jewellers could source this quality, they'd be selling it into 9 karat gold, possibly 18 karat gold. And have to say, imagine a beautiful bracelet or even just a pair of earrings, maybe just keep it simple. You rely on the graduation of sizes from 4x2 up to 6x4. 3 or 4 of these on a head pin onto a shepherd hook. I would say you double your money using just 8 gemstones. Right to say that because this is for about £20. You'd have to use sterling silver findings, of course, but that means that I'm going to count them out. That's 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, 4 pairs. So for less than half the strand, you can easily make your money back. Sorry, drop that there. About that. So sometimes we struggle to show you the adulorescence on your Rainbow Moonstone, and you saw that in the opaque version that we saw right at the start of the show, but when you've got this kind of clarity and faceting, you can absolutely appreciate the optical phenomenon there. Regular viewers, you'll be pleased to know I have pulled a tag off. We really are reverting back to the old days now. If I'm going to pull the tassels off. Okay, it's not going back on very easily. Let's have a look at our price reduction. And I have to say, this is a gemstone that will attract a lot of attention from people who are interested in gemstones and gemology, particularly people who understand this is their birthstone, like me. I have to say, I was described by a Gems TV presenter the other day as a little bit rough around the edges. It was, in fact. You guessed it in one there, Director Ben. Yes, indeed. And I have to say, I reckon that if I walked into a what do you call it? A craft fair, sorry, wearing my normal attire, which is normally quite casual, people might think he's not here to buy. So people might not appreciate that I have a real passion for gemology. I know my birthstone is Rainbow Moonstone, and I'm wearing it this evening, so I do have a passion for gemstones and owning luxury jewellery designs. I will tell you, this strand of Rainbow Moonstone is offering you far greater variation in the terms of the adulorescence you're offering than any other. So never underestimate the knowledge that your customer base has. You don't know how much knowledge people have, how much passion people have, but if you're working with a birthstone, it will attract attention, and it might attract attention from people that you wouldn't expect to be interested in your jewellery designs. That is easily the greatest strand of Rainbow Moonstone we've ever had on JewelleryMaker. Certainly the best strand I've ever brought you. Does anybody think that that's inaccurate? I actually did recognise my own mispronunciation there, but I was waiting for my English graduate producer to correct me there. Inaccurate. Right, we're going to move on. Now, we do have a little bit of fun here on the show, and you'll probably notice, in fact, I was just talking before I came on air to the wonderful Liz Welsh, very talented jewellery designer, and probably one of the most lovely people you'll ever meet. She was actually hosting a workshop today, and she was telling me about the quality of the gemstones, about how it's increased, but also how much she loves coming into the building, because everybody just seems to be in a good mood, everybody loves what they do, and everybody's just really friendly. She also told Director Ben that he had some snazzy shoes on. Now, Ben's a real life rock star. If you listen to Radio 1, you'll know that, because he's an ever-present these days. But I'm not even joking when I say that. Normally when I say those things, I'm joking. He really is. But that's right, isn't it? Everybody has a real passion for what they do. Everybody has a real sort of a spring in their step here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, and it's because of the deals we bring you. It's easy to feel impassioned about what we do, and we're going to go from one end of the spectrum to the other. Probably the finest possible quality of rainbow moonstone, not just that we've sourced, but that you could ever hope to see, to one of the most affordable strands of rainbow moonstone you're ever likely to see. $6.95, and I have to say, you're still getting a fantastic amount of agilurescence on this strand. Have a look at this. Maybe I can still show you it because you've got this faceted. There you go. Exact same colour tones. It's there, isn't it? The electric blues, those beautiful lime greens as well. Absolutely fantastic. So this is the optical effect that actually makes people so passionate about June's birthstone. And whether you are a collector and you want to get hold of our collector's choice strand there, 50 carats for $24.95, should be $39.95. Or of course, maybe you want to work with June's birthstone, maybe you want to offer your customers that optical phenomenon, but you can't quite stretch to those price points based on your selling prices. I understand, absolutely, you know, running your own business. I've run my own business in the past. You have to consider the margins that you work upon, and of course, at this kind of price point, there's absolutely no excuse not to work with rainbow moonstone. Absolutely incredible. So $6.95 there for 55 carats, and hopefully we have shown you that the optical effect is definitely present in that strand as well. And we're now, oh, I love this. This is gorgeous. This is really ticking every box for any contemporary jewellery maker. In fact, you could probably use these quite easily in a more classic design. If you're putting together a classic design, this will be the slight twist on the classic look, wouldn't it? This is incredible, isn't it? I have never brought you this cut before that is so distinctive. We might have had sort of pyramid style shapes, but they're always more irregular than this, aren't they? These are very, very uniform. In fact, do you mind if I just lay them on the desk? Because look at that. Look at that. You get this beautiful flat bottom finish. You get this graduation in the size, ranging from 6x10 to 8x14. Again, you could use these, do you know what, earrings? I'm thinking quite dramatic designs. Or maybe headdresses. So not maybe a classic tiara, but I'm suspending it so that you get a bit of movement and you can see the diamond shape. Would that work? Would that work, Sam?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
Like a heart or something.
A heart in your wire, and then one of the smaller pyramids suspended in the centre. There you go. Over 100 carats here, but for me, it's not about the carat weight. It's more to do with the cut. I think most jewellery makers would agree that this cut is something that well, I don't think I've ever brought you before. I hope I'm not incorrect in saying that. If I have brought you some pyramid cuts before, then I apologise. But certainly not as distinctive as this, not as uniformed as this. Well, I've got to get the price on because there's so many people coming on the phone lines. $17.95, incredible. Now, I'm eulogising about the cut, and that's partly because I have been working in the industry for a long time, and I do know the jeopardy, if you like, involved in lapidary work. You know, just a millimetre off here or there, and you've completely ruined some of Mother Nature's hard work, a genuine gemstone. So this is actually a trade that gets passed down throughout generations within families, and lapidary work is considered to be a very revered skill in certain regions of the world. In fact, you know, in this kind of region of the world, in the UK, you'd be hard pushed to find a lapidarist, and if you did, they'd probably be on, you know, a ridiculous amount of money to cut gemstones. In other parts of the world, this is a trade attached to the natural resources of the land, of course, and of course, as a result, those skills are passed down from generation to generation. But I think that you're looking at something that's been created by a very, very talented, experienced and skilled lapidarist here. They'd work in a variety of different designs. In fact, the second you lay eyes on this cut, you're probably going to get those creative juices flowing. The cogs are going to start turning. I think this is something that can really lead you through the creative process. Very definitive facets there. And it's picking up on other colour tones as well. I've got to move on again. As I say, we are up against it this evening. Yes. Here we go, and that theme is continued on this particular strand. So once again, this is almost a sort of a concave pyramid, if you like, in the form of 3D diamond cuts. I love this. I was just thinking, is that right? Yeah, they're a sort of 3D diamond shape, yeah? Look at that, again, fantastic number of facets, but it's not necessarily been created to give you sparkle or play of light. It's to give you this distinctive cut and shape, isn't it? Which will enhance your designs. I don't think there's going to be too many jewellery designers at your local craft fairs, unless they shop from JewelleryMaker as well, that are going to be able to offer their customers the classic 4 Cs. So you've got this classic clarity that you'd associate with clear quartz. Then you've got a decent carat weight on each gemstone because they're fairly sizable. They range from 13 by 5 to 14 by 5. I mean, obviously, on a gemstone like this, you're not necessarily looking for depth of colour. Instead, you're looking for clarity. But as a result, it's going to work with any other colour. So, you know, you do get the colour into your design as a result of its neutrality. So, carat weight, cut, clarity, and what's the 4th C? And colour, cut, clarity, and carat weight. We've covered all the bases. There you go. So fantastic, because really it's all about the cut. 20 carats in total here. As I say, quite sizable carat weights because quite large. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that means you're getting 2 carats on each gemstone. That's pretty impressive. And of course, here on JewelleryMaker, especially on the Late Show, there is a 5th C to consider. That's the clearance price, isn't it? There you go, $9.95, or the cost, I suppose. And at $9.95, this is a must-have gemstone for all jewellery makers, particularly people who do work in maybe more of those traditional genres, such as your bridal commissions or classic high-end designs. Say again, sorry? Half the stock's already been allocated. That's probably because we've got so many multi-buyers. Christine, you've got 3. Congratulations. Jan, you've got 2. That's the way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, and, of course, to make the most of the wholesale price point. It's less than £10 for your fancy cut diamonds there. Just $9.95. Amazing. If you've already got an order up and running, add those to that order immediately to avoid disappointment. I'm moving on because, once again, time flies and you're having fun. It's time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy, and once again we're offering you a double deal. So we've taken 2 very popular gemstone strands and we bundled them together to create a wholesale opportunity. And on this occasion, I think we're offering you 2 quite complementary gemstones, but you could use them to make an impact individually as well. So again, it's all about versatility. I think we're sort of moving from the fall season into the winter months with this particular bundle. So you're getting... Really? Get out here. Producer Liam has made his second ever piece of jewellery. Now, his first piece of jewellery was as part of his attendance at the Silver Clay workshop, where he made a brooch for his mother for Christmas, and she loved it, didn't she? Talk us through your design then, your second ever make. I love this.
Well, so Sam very kindly did some jewellery for us as well. She did pretty much everything else. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
But when I was originally putting the bundle together, this was the design I had in mind.
Okay, and so do you agree with my analysis where you've got the warmth from one gemstone and then you've got the more icy
Yeah, definitely.
colour tone from the other?
But yeah, if we had more time, it would be a full necklace. It would carry on.
I see, okay. Well,
It was the start.
Well, we'll let him off because he is responsible for putting together all of the schedules, all of the prices for the show. So yeah, we'll let you off.
Okay.
Well, congratulations! There you go, another make from Liam. He's catching up with me. There you go. That's cool, man. So quite an inspirational bundle then. You put it together and you wanted to make from it straight away. There you go. I think for me, did you make this one, Sam? This is my favourite design. Not a slant on your own design, but I like the fact that you have played on the sort of warmth of the gemstones there. So you've incorporated the sort of golden tones there that work along with those amber, golden and orange shades that you get from your carnelian. You've actually got over 250 carats of carnelian on this strand. Quite distinctive cuts there. They're quite large. They're 18 by 12 in size, but they're, because you've got a bit of a larger surface area from the gemstone itself, but you've got the softer edges that work in a variety of different designs. You can see that here on the ring design. That's a bit of a quirky ring design, isn't it? A sort of double ring there, where the gemstone's the link between the two bands. Is that right? Yeah, that's fantastic. I love that. But you can keep your ring designs quite simple. If you've got some memory wine, you can make the most of the icier colour tones that you've got from your blue chalcedony. Very reminiscent of the effect that Mother Nature creates on blue lace agate, of course, where you get those icy blues. Actually, do you know what? Because these gemstones can be used either as sort of spacers that you can see here in this bracelet design, or, oh sorry, just here where they're set into this design here. This is the one sorry mate, this is the one that I'm looking at here where they've been used as spacers in the design. Does this bracelet fit around your wrist, Sam?
It does. I've got weird wrists.
I don't think that would fit on my 3-year-old son's wrist. That is very small. The other sort of way of using these gemstones is to sit them flat, of course, and rely on that surface area so that you can make them go a little bit further, and actually they're large enough to cover a buttonhole then, aren't they? So these will make fantastic cufflinks, and the only reason I say that is that I think that they would really complement some of my attire. Yeah, so anybody that feels like making a lovely pair of cufflinks out of those, you know the address. Eagle Road, Redditch, whatever it is. So yeah. I'm not going to know my work's address off by heart. Sorry? No. But if I have received some mail, I bet it's from Fran. Okay, Fran messaged me some time ago to say that she'd sent me something. Actually, I bet it's not now. I'll look straight after the show and I will post on Facebook. We've got to get the price point on this. We've all sort of fallen in love with this bundle because Liam and Sam have sort of made this sweet. I would say mostly Sam, although quite impressive that, you know, it did inspire you, didn't it? You know, you put it together and it inspired you to actually make some jewellery, so that's really impressive. And I think it's because the gemstones themselves are quite complementary if you want to use them together, because you've got that juxtaposition between those two colour tones, or of course they're the perfect ways to actually complement your gemstone collections at the moment. You've got the warmth from the carnelian and you've got those icy blues that will work all year round, but particularly in the winter months from your chalcedony. So I'm really, really impressed with that bundle, especially at that price point. Once again, a huge number of people multi-buying this, so congratulations to Linda, you've got 2, Margaret, you've got 2, Gillian, you've got 2, and if you have placed this in your basket, don't forget to check out to avoid disappointment. Less than £2 for a huge carat weight and a very versatile bundle there in terms of your gemstones, carnelian and chalcedony there. I am going to leave that one with you because it is time for us to go to a break. When we return, we will be inching ever closer to the premiere launch of Colour Change Garnet, not to be missed, so don't move a muscle.
Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you will receive 20% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, themed shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I love chips and nuggets. Ever since I first joined the company nearly 3 years ago, I've been absolutely hooked. What I love are the varying sizes, the varying shapes, the varying colours, and most of the gemstones that we carry in our stock have some form of chips and nuggets, right from what I call the tiny little microchips, right through to the nuggets, right through to the big ice cube boulders. There's just such an array of sizes and shapes, and they lend themselves so well to macrame, to wire wrapping, to rosary link, all sorts of techniques to use, and you can make the simple, delicate little bracelet right through to the enormously heavy, chunky bib style necklace. I just adore them.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Bead Looming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
Welcome back to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. We just had a fantastic star by and we've got another one coming up for you in about 20 minutes, I have to say. One of the most impressive gemstones ever created by Mother Nature, and it is colour change garnet. Now, I think when we're working with genuine gemstones, I suppose it's because either we have a sort of attraction to Mother Nature's creations. Maybe it does give you a slight edge over other jewellery makers, but ultimately it's to do with that sort of mystique, that enigmatic quality that's attached to genuine gemstones, and no gemstone will offer you that more than a colour change gemstone. There aren't that many of them that actually exist, in fact. Not to be confused with pleochroism, which is what you see in, say, like a tanzanite, where you can see a different colour from different angles. This is literally a completely different colour tone based on the light source you're in. We'll try to get it across to you here in the studio. Regular buyers will know it's going to be difficult, but anytime you get the chance to actually own a colour change gemstone, I would jump on the phone lines. Even if you don't have a design in mind, even if maybe you just want to add it to your personal collection, make sure you're on the phone lines early. If not, you're going to miss out. We've only got 100, so you are going to miss out if you're not on the phone lines early. We're going to kick off with a wholesale bundle on an essential item, and it comes in the form of shepherd hooks. Now, you've got a massive collection here, 100 individual shepherd hooks here, giving you 50 pairs. Now, when we've spoke to our expert designers in the past, particularly people who are focused on selling their designs through commissions or through maybe the traditional craft fairs, they tell us that earrings are where it's at. If you offer your customers a huge selection of earrings, it's a great way of drawing attention to your store, and of course they're a great upsell. So if somebody does take a fancy to maybe one of your designs, you can either offer them the matching set of earrings, maybe to clinch the deal, or of course as an upsell, or maybe you could actually say, well, if you are prepared to buy the £25–30 necklace, I'll give you the matching earrings for free, and as I say, clinch the deal. On top of that, you could even have something like this on your store and actually make matching sets of jewellery and then allow your customers to be involved in the design process. That might be quite a sort of handy selling technique if you are in these traditional venues. If you're making bespoke jewellery designs live, if you like, that could be a big draw towards your store. These are 23 by 10 millimeters in size, so quite a comfortable size for the earline, or that's certainly what the female presenters tell me. And you've also got a high-end finish here because you've got gold-plated copper, so you can probably afford to be a little bit more robust in the way in which you manipulate the finding, because it's a base metal, but you're always going to have that high-end finish from the gold plating. So to me, once again, ticking every box for jewellery makers here, and of course you've got a wholesale opportunity because you've got 50 pairs in total. If you want to get involved with this deal, you need to be coming on the phone lines quite quickly. Of course, here on The Late Show, we bring you last of stock opportunities. These have flown out when they've previously been shown on screen, and at that price point, you can understand why. 50 pairs for £9.95. So, am I right in thinking that's about 10p per finding? That's pretty ridiculous for gold-plated metalwork, isn't it? And of course, we've started to think about this recently, not because, you know, we're interested in sort of creating pressure or fear-mongering. We're absolutely not here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, but we do try to share industry knowledge with you. But it's probably even more applicable here on Jewellery Maker because, of course, you're running your own businesses, and we have seen a little bit of a decrease in the deposits of gold we're finding. Not necessarily a massive increase in the price for the raw material, but the longer we go without finding a new deposit, the greater the increase on the price of this resource. And it is a precious metal, of course. We're now finding that the fact that gold is so unreactive is making it very popular in other industries. So not just in the jewellery industry, not just in the luxury department, but also in the sort of everyday technological departments. And so, you know, the longer we go without finding a new deposit, the higher the increase we expect to see going forward. So we haven't maybe experienced it yet, but anytime you get the chance to get gold-plated items, I would snap them up. We're going to move on because we're now going to offer you a beautiful gemstone, and actually it would work perfectly in your gold-plated findings. No, this is actually a suggestion from designer Liam, and no, you're not wrong, you're exactly right. Black and gold, very traditional effect, and then of course when you actually move the obsidian in the light, you get that beautiful metallic shimmer, often giving you a golden tone actually. Hopefully I can show you that. We're starting to see that there. Yeah, definitely. It's almost like a little, I always think of it as like a little sort of galaxy living inside the gemstone. It might just be my effect, but can you see that there? This is effectively fossilised lava, and what you're seeing there is the effect of all those layers of sort of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years of history placed there by Mother Nature. So there we go, we can definitely see the optical effect. I will say, for the first couple of years of bringing obsidian, we really struggled to show you this on screen. It was definitely evident, but really struggled. But it does go to highlight the improvement in the quality of the gemstones we've experienced as we've grown, as our buying has improved. And of course here, not only are you getting the optical effect, not only are you getting that beautiful and dramatic jet black tone, but you've also got the heart shape. Always popular. I would say most of our most experienced and talented guest designers will advise jewellery makers to work with these heart shapes because they sell brilliantly and they get you noticed, don't they? They're iconic shapes within the jewellery world. They're 12mm in size, giving you 160 carats in total. And let's have a look at our price point. It's another add it to your order price. £7.45 is the price, but just to make it as easy as possible to add this to your order, we'll take it down to the lowest possible price, down to £6.95. And do you know what? I know we're supposed to be going a little bit quicker tonight, but I am just going to give people an idea of how many pairs of earrings they could create, because that's what I would do with them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 pairs of earrings. I'm being the Count of a Sesame Street. Counting with Ed. Yeah, so you can make 18 individual pairs of heart-shaped earrings that do offer you an optical effect. Do you think that impression was quite good, Pete? Yeah, Pete's our resident impressionist, so I'll get his summary. You like that? Yeah, he's giving me the thumbs up. I like that. £6.95 is the clearance price on this strand. I know it's only a 50p saving, but actually every little helps. That's what I always say. That's what they say at the big supermarkets, isn't it? And of course, when you're operating on very fine profit margins, a slight decrease like that can actually improve the profits you can make. Down to £6.95 for the next 60 minutes. We're moving on. Okay. We're going to move on now to cultured pearls, and we've talked a lot about the decrease in production of cultured pearls recently and the different things that influence these commercial realities of sourcing genuine gemstones or natural minerals. And I have to say, cultured pearls are now starting to be affected by the legislation that's placed upon these gemstones. Now, these have been described as light purple cultured pearls, but once again, I am going to take issue with that. They're pink. Bottom line is, they're pink pearls, aren't they? In fact, on screen, they almost do have a sort of lavender hue to them, but when I'm seeing them in the flesh, I see a pink tone personally. More, it's actually like a kunzite pink, so that's how I would describe them. They're 7 by 6mm in size, so you get a very slight sort of elongation to the shape, but for the most part they pretty much look round and quite subtle, but large enough to make an impact. Possibly set these alongside another gemstone. We know for a fact now that when our jewellery making audience place a high-end gemstone alongside our cultured pearls, they tend to gain very, very high valuations when they do take their designs for independent valuation. We've seen somebody gain valuation of over £250 with chrome dioxide and pearls, and then we saw the other night somebody placed the sapphires alongside pearls, got a valuation of £400. I mean, the price points that we bring you on cultured pearls actually are, maybe I'm looking in the wrong place, but I feel confident in saying they're unrivaled, because I cannot find a supplier that will offer you the same value that we do. When I talk about value, I'm not necessarily only talking about the price point, I'm talking about the quality in regards to the price point. These are top quality cultured pearls for £11.95. Absolutely ridiculous. And I'll tell you what, Street, you probably pay a higher price than you're paying for this entire strand. Can't always guarantee that, of course. It depends on the actual... How many, sorry? Okay, this is going to be a sellout deal because we were a little bit limited. It is a last of stock opportunity. So congratulations if you came through early. That's the way to shop from us this evening. A few miss it, miss out deals. We're going to move on. And this, another gemstone that offers you quite a classic feel and combination, but much greater value than you'd find elsewhere. And the reason for that? The ridiculous carat weight. In fact, we're offering you these at just over a penny a carat. Now normally I would spend a little bit longer talking about the benefits of the strand and you know, talking about the way that the cuts and the colours will incorporate into your designs, but I have to say, for me, and I could be wrong, for me this is a design in its own right. Very uniform graduation. They range from 12 by 6 up to 22 by 15 millimeters. Gorgeous colour combinations in terms of that beautiful banding, particularly for these sort of autumn months, because you do get that pastel green tone which will give you a little bit of vibrancy, and also that may look jet black, but for me it's more of a chocolate brown, which again will suit the kind of colour tones that people tend to be drawn to during the autumn months. And in all honesty, because it's been knotted, we heard this from Janet the other night, didn't we? And I have to say, Janet was brilliant on Tuesday night on the show. Great insights, great designs, and Janet was saying that the actual knotted effect is really, really popular. So what she would do is to take the end two gemstones off. I love that actually, because then you'd have a more green and a more brown one in your ears. That'd look great. Take those two end ones off. That'll give you enough slack to attach a ribbon cord end and a clasp. Carats certainly in the necklace and the matching earrings. Even if you sell the set at £15, you've doubled your money. £6.95, and add it to your order price again. £6.95 for 690 carats, and huge influx of buyers coming through on the free phone number, and people multi-buying at JewelleryMaker.com as well. So very, very impressive, and regular buyers there can appreciate the value we're offering you, because of course, if you have been jewellery making for some time, you've probably paid higher price points for synthetics than you're paying for this kind of carat weight of genuine gemstones here. That looks like another sellout deal. It is a bit of a miss it, miss out theme this evening, so we are trying to get to as many deals as we can. If I should just mention, if ever we show you something and you're intrigued but you're not 100% convinced, and maybe you want to see it from a different angle, maybe we haven't covered something, please text in, let us know, and we'll show you it. This is your show, not ours. We just want to make sure that we give you as many opportunities as we can. Where are we going on to? Sorry. Okay. Now these are phenomenal, and we're all excited about this strand today because we have seen a fantastic design from Jill Morley. If I remember rightly, I'll look down at my sheet just to make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Jill Morley, my apologies. So Jill Morley, you have created an alternative piece using these faceted droplets of amethyst. Your design is exquisite. That I can see this is the kind of item that would really set you apart from other jewellery makers in your craft fairs. We've been talking a lot about this over the last week, haven't we? Using the versatility of our gemstones, maybe to just give yourself a niche, maybe focus on alternative items. I mean, I was talking about glasses, chains, cufflinks, what else did we talk about? Brooches, for example, items like that. But we do have a jewellery maker that works on our show every single night who really has taken that to an extreme, and Sam regularly creates wind chime. This is not uncommon. It's not just Sam thinking outside the box. There's lots of jewellery makers out there who can appreciate that the through-drilled faceted droplets are very, very reminiscent of the kind of crystal cuts and gemstones that you see on chandelier designs. Now these are going to be highly desirable, and Jill Morley has actually posted a design just like this to our Jewellery Maker Facebook site. We are actually going to show you that right now. Is that right? Yeah. So here it comes on screen right now, and it features this exact cut. So you can see, I think that is just a normal light fitting that's been bought. You can probably get those from sort of DIY shops or even hardware stores. I'm guessing what, £30 for the actual fitting, but look how much value Jill has actually added to that piece by incorporating this exact strand. These are 26 by 12 millimeter through drill droplets of lavender amethyst. Imagine that beautiful sort of swirl of colour you get when the light is refracted from the faceting on the amethyst as well. And of course, people will instantly recognise the design and the gemstone because it's amethyst. It's so well known, isn't it? Here you've got the sort of lavender hue, and actually it has been classified as light amethyst, so it's not the same intensity that you get from your purple amethyst. Instead, a little more subtle, a little more of a pale colour hue. And we have to honour a previous price reduction, so this is really a must-have. We're giving you lots of different and inspirational ideas. Should be $11.95 for over 300 carats, but we are down to last of stock, despite the fact this is only featured on the show once before. We're getting it under £10 this evening. Maybe you want to emulate that design. Maybe you just want to create classic earring and pendant sets. You only need 3 gemstones. Only 1, 2, 3, 4. You can make 5 sets of jewellery, I'm pretty sure, because they're so gem heavy. Well, actually, thinking about it, what do you get? Over 60 carats in each set, that means. Is that right? You make 5 sets out of the piece, so that means you're going to be offering your customers over 60 carats in each matching set. I'm thinking one of them as the pendant and then matching earring designs, probably quite high-end designs. Yeah, so over 60 carats in each set of jewellery. Even if you sold each set for £10, you'd be making a huge amount of profit, wouldn't you? When we're bringing you gorgeous amethyst for under £10 for over 300 carats, that is a must-have. Maybe though, you are a bit more experimental. Maybe you want to create your own chandelier or wind chimes on. Maybe you just want to hang these up around your house to get the benefit of the colour tone and the faceting. So many different opportunities with a strand like this. Huge carat weight for an added to your order price. And lots and lots of people still coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. Maybe you missed out on the original launch of this particular strand. If that's you, this could be your final opportunity to get hold of this. We are dealing with last of stock opportunities, so even if you're umming and ahhing, add them to your order. Make use of that 30-day money-back guarantee and make an informed decision once you've seen them in the flesh. Moving along. Another staple, I think, for most jewellery makers, because you've got your jet black tone here, so you've got that dramatic high impact effect where you're getting lustre, but very, very sizable and in a classic cut. So not only are they a little bit larger than you'd usually see in terms of being a 30 by 8 millimeter cut, they're a marquee shape, which is a classic cut for gemstones. And this has only been seen as an individual strand once prior to this evening, and we're already down to limited availability. Once again, you're getting quite a sizable carat weight, 95 carats of black agate here. But again, as I say, in your sort of classic cut, but a little bit larger in size than you'd normally see in traditional or vintage jewellery designs. I would say actually the would work in a number of different techniques, so you could maybe use these as earrings or pendants designs, or maybe you want to incorporate them into certain disciplines, certain techniques where they'll work more effectively. 95 carats in total, and just have a look at that gorgeous lustre there, that high-end impact that you get from your black agate there, and it's partly because of that sort of high polished sheen that you get on the surface of the gemstone. So it just looks so high-end, so sophisticated, doesn't it? Perfect maybe alongside some clear quartz with some gold-plated findings perhaps for evening wear. That would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? Okay, lots and lots of people flying through both at JewelleryMaker.com and on our free phone number to add this to their order, so we better get the price on screen. That explains it all, and add it to your order price. To be honest, I'm never really surprised when I see people flying in on the phone lines, and I know it sounds like a line, but I have done my own research. I wouldn't be allowed to say that I thought we were offering you the best value unless we actually were, and so I'm never really that surprised, but I do understand that when people have already opened their order, maybe you're inspired by one of our kits this morning, maybe one of Sammy's fantastic designs this afternoon meant that you just couldn't resist but getting involved. If you've paid that £2.95, this is going to be a staple for jewellery makers. Why not add it to your order for less than £10 and make the most of that 1p&p per day? I'm going to leave that one there because there's lots of people coming through multi-buying, and we're now down to single figures of availability. Looks like another sellout deal this evening, and it's very encouraging because it makes me feel that there are a lot of jewellery makers out there who are starting to turn their hobby into a small business. Don't panic, because we're now about to bring you a very, very prestigious opportunity as a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and we've had a few wholesale bundles so far. Right now is a chance for me to launch a premiere strand now, as ever. A gemstone that offers you an optical phenomenon is going to be difficult to exhibit in our studio lighting. Now, we spent quite a long time this afternoon trying to take some photos in different light sources so that we could highlight the colour change. I just want to highlight one key thing, because often we talk about pleochroism here on the channel, and pleochroism is an effect that is present in a number of different gemstones, and that is when you can see different colours from different angles. So if you take a tanzanite, for example, very prestigious gemstone, probably one of the most sought after gemstones on the market, it's highly pleochroic. So from one angle you're going to see a sort of bluish violet tone, from another you're going to see a sort of pink hue, and from another still you're going to see a reddish brown. That's what you expect to see with top quality tanzanite. Colour change gemstones are completely different to that. It's not pleochroism. It doesn't matter what angle you look at it from. In a different light source, it will exhibit a different colour tone. And that in itself almost sounds a bit magical, doesn't it? Now, when you look at colour change garnet, generally they're going to be a hybrid between two different varieties of garnet. We talk quite extensively about the fact that garnet isn't a traditional variety of gemstone. It's not a gemstone family. It's more of a type of gemstone. So you get a variety of different sizes. Generally, colour change garnet is a mixture between spessartine garnet and what is it called? Propine garnet. So they're the two different varieties you get, and that's why you get the mixture of colour tones. So from one end of the spectrum, you'll expect to see a sort of goldish green tone, and then so that would be in sort of daylight, and then incandescent light should offer you a reddish pink tone. Often comes out more of an earthy brown red tone, in fact. So those are the two different colours you expect to see in different light sources, not from different angles, but completely different colours in different light sources. So a warmer colour, warmer light source should offer you that pink, red, brownish tone, and sort of daylight should offer you a sort of lime green golden tone. Now, with our tungsten bulbs, we're probably not going to see what you'd expect to see, and actually it's somewhere in between the two, probably a greenish brown that you might be experiencing there. I'm not sure. Let's have a look what we're getting. So yeah, so there you go. You're sort of getting somewhere in the middle there, the greenish brown. Now, we did take some photos earlier, and I'll show you them just to give you an idea. Forgot which ones I was supposed to use now, but here we go. Here we go. So in our studio, but in a sort of lighter part of the studio, over on the other side, you can see here that you're getting more of the brown and reds there. I don't know if we can see it there. Certainly more of a sort of chocolate brown there. But when we looked closely, Sam and I could definitely see sort of ruby reds coming through as well. On the face of it, it's going to look quite brown. Hopefully that comes across. Now, when I show you it, in the light outside, daylight, hopefully you'll be able to appreciate more of the greens and golds. Oh, a little bit lighter. It's not great actually on these photos, but certainly we experienced it when we saw it in the flesh. You can definitely see that there's a different colour tone there, can't you? Even if it's not the classic sort of colour change you'd expect to see. And in all honesty, when you get it home and you actually are able to maybe use Mark Smith's technique of hanging it up on your washing line, you'll be able to see those greens and gold tones. Take it inside into a darkened room with an incandescent light, so a candle, hold it up and you'll be able to see the reds and the browns. I guarantee it, because we're so close to seeing it, even in these light sources where we are having to make a little bit of a compromise. On top of that, we are offering you, once again, a huge carat weight. And then you can see there, that's closer to daylight, isn't it, the actual recording box? And you can see the greens and golds there. And then you saw on the pictures the chocolate browns and the reds. So hopefully we can get the colour change, because our studio lights just aren't effective for showing you this, because it's not like any natural form of light. They're on light source, it's impossible. You wouldn't be able to see my face, and I can imagine how many jewellery makers out there would be disappointed if you couldn't see my handsome face every night. This has actually been available really quite infrequently here on JewelleryMaker, and of course when you're looking at a colour change garnet, they're going to be snapped up by the big boys. We're not under any misapprehensions here, and I have to say, I have seen colour change garnet being used to accent some of the most prestigious gemstones on the market. I was having a look earlier today. Tanzanite, treble A tanzanite, diamonds of fantastic clarity, sort of, I'm not sure the exact grading, but say like, eye clean diamonds being used, a carat diamond as a centerpiece, but with colour change garnet as the accent. So being used alongside some of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, and elite jewellery makers, people who understand the quality of working with genuine gemstones created by Mother Nature, will be on the lines quickly to snap this one up, and anybody who's dilly-dallying will probably expect to miss out. These are our rough cut nuggets, the organic cuts. They range in size from 2x1 to 6x1, and any other time they'll be available for $14.95 for 85 carats. That is ridiculous. But tonight, as a star buy opportunity, we are going to bring you a premiere launch price down to $11.95. Absolutely out of this world. And actually, when I sort of tilt them back in the studio lights, you can see the greens, can't you? See the green tones coming through? But when I actually shade it from the light and lean forward a little bit, I'm starting to see the warmer colours, the chocolate browns and the reds. So even in our studio lighting, you start to experience that colour change, but you've really got to get this one home to see it for yourself. This is a hugely impressive gemstone, 85 carats in total. Absolutely out of this world. And also, the other thing I think about this, even if you didn't have the colour change, which you will be able to see when you get it home, I love the irregularity of the cuts, because it gives you a very dynamic finish, doesn't it? Absolutely incredible. We're going to leave that one to one side, and will be available on our website. Oh, do you know what? I'm seeing a lot of the reds and even purple tones there now, all of a sudden. Don't know what that is. Don't know if it's just out of the direct focus of our studio lighting. Get it home. Use your 30-day money-back guarantee. You won't be guaranteed. I have to move on. We've got a lot to fit in. As I say, we are trying to up the pace this evening to fit as many deals as we can. Have a look at this. Top quality sapphire. It's the only way to describe it. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range. I would probably argue that this should be part of the collector's choice range, because this is Songhia sapphire. This is, I suppose, a premium location to source sapphires, and the beauty of sourcing sapphires from this region is that you are able to get a variety of different colour tones of corundum because of the pressures and the temperatures involved in the way the gemstones form in this valley. And it's a huge rock valley that actually spans from the sort of northern extremities of Tanzania down to the southern border. At some parts, I think we were saying it's about 300 kilometres wide, this rock valley that flows through the whole of Tanzania, and you get different deposits of minerals across there. Obviously, Tanzanite 1 exists within this rock valley, but also this is where you saw Songhia sapphire, so that's why you get this huge array of colour tones. And of course, we know that sapphires do come in a range of colour tones. Traditionally, we look for maybe blue sapphires, traditionally the Ceylon blues, and you've got those on this strand. They range from the blues into the greens, green sapphire being the most common variety of corundum available on the market. But for me, and regular viewers will know that I regularly get excited when I see this colour tone in sapphire. But if you look at this sort of warmer section of your sapphire strand, it starts with the classic canary sapphires, as I say, often used in place of canary diamonds and very, very sought after, but it ranges into these warm paparacha colour tones. That's a mixture of your oranges and your reds or pinks there, giving you that almost a sort of tutti frutti tone, if you like. But these are easily the most highly valued sapphires on the market. Not these specific gemstones, I should just say. In order to get paparacha sapphires, they do have to come from a very specific location in Sri Lanka. These have come from Tanzania, so they're not classified in that way, but the same colour tone that you'd associate with those very highly regarded gemstones. I mean, you can see the quality of the gemstones actually from the way they've been faceted by our experienced lapidarists, put into our collector's edition range. So see, it comes in its own presentation box, but imagine owning this fantastic array of corundum or sapphire in one strand from one of the premier locations to get hold of sapphires, and just look at the vibrancy of the colours that you've got here. I think around about 95–96% of all sapphires go through some heat treatment in order to enhance the colour saturation, and these are no exception. Very slight heat treatment applied, and look at how they've enhanced those colours. Particularly, have a look at that. The depth on those beautiful blue tones there, very reminiscent of Ceylon blues. Ceylon blue sapphire, the reason it's so famous, of course, is because it was the variety of sapphire that was used in Princess Diana's engagement ring, which is now worn by Kate, of course. But again, traditionally, Ceylon sapphires do come from a certain region in Sri Lanka, Ceylon, funnily enough. But identical colour tone that you've got on this particular strand. We only have a limited number in stock, and we've got to get the price point on screen. Wow, $69.95. You would be hard pushed to source Songhia sapphire of this quality, offering you this clarity, this rich colour tone, and faceted to perfection. I mean, you could create maybe a small cluster of gemstones as an earring design. I would probably set them on gold-plated sterling silver rather than just sterling silver. That's the kind of prestige we're talking about with this gemstone. And I think you can make your money back with just a small cluster. Maybe select 3 or 4 canary sapphires, set them onto gold-plated sterling silver, and that could be maybe a $49.99 price point. I would expect to pay that for Songhia sapphires set onto gold-plated sterling silver. And you know, if your customer base isn't going to appreciate what you're offering them, then maybe they're not right for that venue, but it's only a matter of time before you start to receive personal commissions where you really will be able to cash in on the quality of the gemstones you can source from us here at JewelleryMaker, and of course the price points we're offering you. I know that when you compare this to a $6.95 price point for black agate, yes, they're light years apart, but those two gemstones are light years apart. Black agate, polished black agate, and faceted Songhia sapphire, really it's like comparing caviar and a loaf of bread. That's the difference for me in terms of the quality. Only as much as they're revered by luxury jewellery buyers. You know, if black agate is something that you're passionate about, then there's no different, and gemstones are all about their inherent value, aren't they, and how they make you feel as a wearer and a designer. $69.95 is an incredible deal, I have to say. We're going to move on, and this is more blue sapphire. This time ranging from maybe the salon blues into the midnight blues. So this is classic blue sapphire. We saw some blue sapphires on the previous strand, but predominantly more of the vibrant colours. I think when most people think of sapphire, they think of blue sapphire, don't they? Absolutely. 30 carats in total. Polished rondelles here, so maybe a little bit of a softer finish to the gemstone. That might work perfectly in your designs. Again, I'd probably be tempted to work with gold plated findings, but maybe that's just me. I love the combination of those rich midnight blues with the golden metallic finish. I think that works perfectly. And the rondelles themselves range from quite delicate, intricate sizes, 3x1mm, to larger sizes, 6x4mm, that could make more of an impact. In fact, I'd probably argue those could be used in charm designs, because that rondelle shape tends to be quite popular in charm designs. 30 carats of blue sapphire here in one Gems of Distinction strand. Again, if you are new to us, Gems of Distinction is our elite range of gemstones sourced by our Indian buying office. Of course, they're based in Jaipur, the Pink City, where most gemstone trading now takes place. It's probably the premium location for gemstone trading. So we've got people on the ground there making sure that we get you the best quality gemstones, and of course, because of our buying power, we offer you the most competitive prices on the market. We only have a limited number available. In fact, we've got fewer than 20 of these left in stock, and that makes me feel that we already offer you an incredible price point. Wow. So we're down to $49.95 for 30 carats of classic blue sapphires. Now, as I say, if you're just starting with the hobby, maybe you don't want to take the plunge and invest $49.95 in sapphires. But even if you're new to us here at JewelleryMaker, there's probably going to be 4 gemstones, if not 5 or 6, that you are definitely aware of. The classic big 4: diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and of course sapphires. So this could really invigorate you as a designer working with a top quality gemstone. And I've just heard from my producer that we are going to offer you an exclusive price reduction. So if you want to get involved with this deal, you need to be on the phone line. We had fewer than 20 to begin with, and we've already got people investing in this strand. Wow. So the people that had come through and places in their basket that were ahead of the game, that's the way to do it, isn't it? They just made a £20 saving, and you can do exactly the same, but only for the next 60 minutes, and only if you are one of the first 15 people on the phone lines for this particular strand. We've just taken this to under £1 per carat for blue sapphire. So not only are you looking at one of the big 4, one of the classic and prestigious gemstones, but also probably in its most popular and renowned colour tones. Would people agree with that? Does that sound about right? In fact, sapphire, the name of the gemstone, from certain derivations actually means blue. Is that right? Yeah. So there you go. So really, when you're thinking about sapphire, and I think that's true for most people, obviously regular jewellery makers and for the gemologists in the business, we have an understanding that corundum does come in a variety of different colour tones, and we're aware of that. But I suppose you have to move that on one stage of the process, and when you're thinking about people who are investing in your designs, they might not have that depth of knowledge. They might be looking for something quite classic, quite traditional, and blue sapphires are where it's at. You can see here, with a £20 price reduction, they are flying out the door. We've got less than a handful remaining in stock. Congratulations to everybody who came through early there, because you have made that saving. Price point only available for the next 60 minutes. 3 remaining in stock. Moving on. Oh, I've been waiting for this one. Perfect for autumn, isn't it? I mean, it's actually my favourite variety of opal. I love Mexican fire opal. And actually this strand really shows us the thing I love about it, because you've got the graduation of colours. Actually, there's something really impressive about this particular strand, but we'll get to that in one moment. The reason I love fire opal is because it kind of encapsulates Mother Nature's process for actually creating the gemstone. What happens is, traditionally when you have opal, it forms from slow cooling lava. So for a start, it starts with the intensity of a volcanic eruption. When that lava is flowing through, I don't know, whatever it might be, through, you know, a village or something that hundreds of thousands of years ago, it might be through a riverbed, for example, something like that, and it cools very, very slowly, and that gives you the optical effect of opalescence or pin fire, that swirl of colour you see. Mexican fire opal, however, has a slightly different formation. What happens is that either silica or water speeds up the cooling process in the lava, and that is what you get from Mexican fire opal. You can see here the graduation from the golden tones to the tangerines, and finally into those rich cherry reds. And funnily enough, the rarest variety of fire opal is in fact this variety right here, those cherry red tones. It's actually known as cherry opal. Now, because you are capturing that intensity and those colour tones, I almost feel like you retain a little bit of Mother Nature's impact on the earth in terms of that volcanic eruption, and that again is mirrored in the cuts that we offer you on this strand, those very dynamic and dramatic and organic cuts that you get in the nuggets. They range in size from 2x1 to 12x2, but on very, very rare occasions you also find some pin fire on Mexican fire opal. Now obviously, when we're offering you the kind of carat weights and price points we're offering you here at JewelleryMaker, you'd never find pin fire, or would you? Have a look at this. You're also getting some traditional colour tone here, that pin fire that you normally associate with, you know, sort of jelly opals coming from the other side of the world in Australia. We can just about see that there, but it's definitely evident. I mean, it's more than evident when you see it in the flesh. Greens and marmalade tones coming through, not just on one gemstone, I can see it across the strand. I've got to get the price point on screen. I'm being told $12.95 for 80 carats of fire opal. It's ridiculous. It's easily, for me, the most interesting variety of opal. I know that people have that sort of sentimental draw to the more classic varieties, but how about if you want to create a birthstone piece of jewellery for somebody this month that has more of an autumnal feel, that is a bit more seasonal? This is where it's at. Look at those full colour tones that are actually graduated already for you on the strand. You don't have to do a great deal of work here, do you, either, in terms of your design process. So for me, this is a must-have for all jewellery makers, particularly people who do have birthday commissions for the month of October. Opal is one of October's birthstones, the other of which we do have coming up as our superstar by later on this evening in the form of gorgeous pink tourmaline. So if you want to get involved with this month's birthstone, we're going to give you the alternative variety. It's coming up in around about 2 hours time. Not long to wait. Yeah, 2 hours time, sorry. Okay, we're going to move on. Sorry, can you say that one more time? Yep. Absolutely, have a look at this. So here we've got more of your crackle quartz, so it gives you those sort of characteristic inclusions, but instead of offering you the sort of colour tone that we saw on the lavender amethyst, this is offering you the classic clarity and neutrality that you'd associate with a gemstone. Look at that. In fact, together these would be perfect, wouldn't they? Because you've got the faceted variety and the polished variety. I think if you wanted to maybe emulate Jill's chandelier design, but you wanted to make it in more of a classic finish, these would be perfect, wouldn't they? And again, they're going to be perfect for the upcoming seasonal designs. If you think about winter style designs, these have a very icicle-like feel to them, don't they? Absolutely phenomenal. 250 carats in total, and these crackle quartz drops range in size, are 30 by 10 millimeters in size, so quite dramatic size. And we are going to offer you an exclusive price reduction this evening. So currently we're going to honour a previous price reduction on this strand and take it as low as we possibly can this evening. 250 carats of clear crackled quartz for less than £10, and there you go. We've actually matched the price that we offered you on the lavender amethyst. Unbelievable there. Because when you think about offering your customers these kind of carat weights, and you've got what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 gemstones on the strand. That's an average, that's a guesstimation. You might get 12, you might get 14. But what we're looking at there, about 20 carats on each and every gemstone. Hugely impressive. And of course, even if you do want to keep your designs quite subtle and sort of, you know, everyday pieces, you can still afford to make them very affordable, but high impact thanks to those gorgeous inclusions that offer you so much texture. It's $9.95 for 250 carats, and we're going to fit in another deal. Oh, how many of these have you got? I don't think it's going to be enough to go around. Our banded agate tends to be very, very popular, and once again, you've got the graduation in the sizes here, so it could form a bit of a necklace and earring set in its own right. I think the reason people love our banded agate is that each and every gemstone is completely individual, totally and utterly unique. I mean, have a look at this particular gemstone there, look at that. From every angle, you've got a completely different look. And then maybe move along one, look at those intense colour tones. 280 carats of purple, banded agate here. Again, fantastic graduation, and again that knotted effect on the strand, so really it's a design in its own right. They range from 6mm to 16mm, and actually the intensity from that colour tone is being highlighted by the way it's been faceted. Huge number of facets on each and every gemstone. We've got to get the price point on screen. We only have a limited number available, and there you go. No wonder it's flying out the door. It's an add it to your order price, just $6.95 this evening, for over 250 carats of purple banded agate. $6.95. I'm really impressed with that, because I know that for a lot of people, any member of the Chalcedony or the Quartz family is maybe thought of as being quite readily available. But actually, you know, to source jewellery quality agate and to put it through the dyeing process and to then cut and facet each and every gemstone, that is hugely impressive for that price point, of course. It's had to be flown from one side of the world to the other, because we generally source forms of agate and chalcedony in South America. This comes from Brazil. We then have to fly it to our cutting facility in India, and then it has to be flown back to the UK, and we still offer you this ridiculous price point of just $6.95. As I say, a matching set in its own right. I would probably remove the largest one, make a solitaire ring. So solitaire ring out of this one, pair of earrings out of these two, and then the matching necklace, huge carat weight, all a matching set, and you've only spent $6.95. We've got to move on, because it is now time for another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion it is another wholesale bundle. This basically means that we've taken a collection of our gemstones, bundled them together to create a wholesale deal, and of course a clearance price point. This for me is quite interesting, especially for the autumn months, because we've got a lot of the earthy colour tones and we've got the irregularities in the organic cuts. So we've got top jewel drops, which we know are popular with jewellery makers. We know it's very easy to incorporate these into either everyday matching sets or your elegant evening wear designs, but here a focus on the complement of the colour tones. That's certainly how I see it, and you could argue that we've relied on a little bit of the transitional strand concept here, because you've got these gorgeous golden browns and chocolate browns from your tiger's eye. Quite subtle top drill drops here, in fact, across these strands. They range from 6x4 to 11x5 there, so a large enough variation in the sizes to make an impact, but subtle enough to be used within everyday pieces or elegant evening wear. So you've got your golden tiger's eye there, offering you the sort of champagne tones and the chocolate browns. Then we've got the sort of apricot tones, or the peach tones coming from your Sunstone. Absolutely incredible. Similar variation in sizes. This time they range from 6x4 to 11x6, so virtually the same sizes in the gemstones. And there you've got more of those warm sort of copper and peach tones coming from your Sunstone. And then finally, gorgeous moonstone. This is white moonstone, so a subtle agilurescence from this. You still get that schiller, but it doesn't usually come in the form of colour play. It's more of a sort of silver schiller inside the gemstone. You can certainly see that on this particular strand. All three coming from our Gems of Distinction range, so top quality moonstone, sunstone and tiger's eye, and 3 gemstones that are offering you a slight optical effect, very subtle, because you've got that gorgeous schiller from your tiger's eye. Can you see that? That sort of cat's eye like effect. You can see it there brilliantly. Fantastic. Then you've got this almost sort of glitter like effect from the copper inclusions inside your sunstone. Hopefully that sort of golden glitter's coming through. And then you've got your classic agilurescence, giving you that gorgeous schiller inside your moonstone there. 3 Gems of Distinction strands here, I think really lending themselves towards seasonal jewellery, but that's just the way I see it. Maybe you've got your own designs in mind. If so, start dialing the free phone number now to avoid disappointment. And of course you can also shop at JewelleryMaker.com, but make sure you check out your basket, because we've already got people flying through for this one, and it's partly thanks to the complementary combination of gemstones and partly down to our wholesale price points. Star buy deal this evening: tiger's eye, sunstone and moonstone, all for $7.95. I'll stop catching flies now. Somebody else in the building shocked at that price point. I just heard somebody screaming from our next door studio just as the price point came on screen. I wouldn't be shocked if people are screaming at home actually over this price point. $7.95 for 3 Gems of Distinction strands. Top drill drops, so very, very easy to work with. Gorgeous colour tones which will work with virtually any other gemstone and complement one another, and perfect for the I'm actually shocked by the price point here. I can't believe that we can offer you these 3 sought after gemstones in these very easy to use cuts for so little. And there you go. I'm just going to be honest with people. I don't know if people are trying to maximise on the sunshine outside and thinking we can have a barbecue in October. I don't know if that's the case, but I've never been more shocked at the number of people coming through. 3 Gems of Distinction strands for $6.95. Selling Gems of Distinction strands for $6.95 this evening. You don't have to pick one. Maybe people think you've got to pick one. You're going to get all 3 gemstone strands for as little as $6.95. Well, we should be getting complaints from the call centre right now for not warning them, but instead People are being a little bit lethargic on the phone lines. Hopefully you're going to appreciate the value we're bringing you, because I doubt we'll be able to bring you these kind of deals for much longer based on the kind of price points we've seen at the recent Hong Kong craft fair. We've actually seen increases on certain gemstones of up to 300%, and you know, that's probably the biggest gemstone buying industry event globally over the year. And our buying team and the Bennett family were all there. They've all come back saying that they were shocked at the prices that we're now going to have to pay for genuine gemstones. These haven't been bought recently. That's why we can bundle them and give you a wholesale price point. You know, I'm always going to be honest with you. I'm not going to make out there's loads of people there if there aren't. I'm shocked that I haven't had twice as many inquiries about that strand. We are going to go to a quick break. Don't panic, because the deals continue, and we are going to bring you a premiere strand after the break. Beautiful blue tiger's eye, so another gemstone. Actually, it almost looks jet black. There's a real depth of colour there. We'll have a look at that in more depth in just a couple of minutes, so don't go away.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair comb, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Do you make jewellery as a hobby? Would you like to learn key skills to help you successfully market and sell your handmade jewellery? We are working with Angela Edwards, who is an experienced jewellery maker as well as a small business trainer, to bring you the perfect course to help develop basic business skills. The full course includes how to create a business plan to successfully sell your products, how to access current and potential customers, how to identify and profile your target market, how to generate leads to secure current and future sales, how to use online social networking to your advantage, and key knowledge on legal requirements and insurances. For information about dates and to reserve your place, please contact 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
I like the Viking knit because for me it gives that finished look to your pieces. You can use just the knit on its own and create a statement piece, add one stone and your look just completely changes. It's such an easy technique to do, and again you can just do so much with it. You can flatten it, you can make rings with it, you can drop stitches, add stitches. It's just got so much scope, and again having a Lazy Daisy tool to create the knit makes it so much easier. You can do it, you know, you can carry the tool wherever you go, and it's just a really, really lovely technique to learn.
I like working with Kamihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which JewelleryMaker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making kamihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems, because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making kamihimo.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. I saw you were all not quite concentrating there. Fortunately, I did draw your attention to the price we just brought you on a 3-strand pack there, and you did come flying through in the end. So all I would say is, I understand there's other distractions around you, but make sure every now and then you're tuning in to the deals we're bringing you. Otherwise, you may well miss out on some of the incredible value that we're bringing you. And my producer's bringing me in a strand right now. This is the. Were you just admiring it in the break? Is that what happened?
I did it.
I see. Now, this is our blue tiger's eye. This is brand new to us. It just arrived in our warehouse today. And as soon as I arrived in the studios, sales manager Scott, in a good mood, decided to give us the opportunity to also launch this premiere strand this evening. So we're a little bit privileged, really, aren't we? Colour change garnet, beautiful pink tourmaline, and blue tiger's eye. All available as premiere opportunities this evening. Of course, we are going to be giving you exclusive premiere prices. And is this going to be launched a little bit later in the hour, or? Oh, I see. So when my producer decides that it feels like a blue tiger's eye time, he's going to drop this into the show. So make sure you are alert if you want to add blue tiger's eye. It looks really dark on our screens, and I have to say, just to be clear, it is a bit of a richer blue tone than we normally see on blue tiger's eye, but it's not as black as it looks. So it's a sort of midnight blue tone, basically. You will be able to see the swirls of colour coming through that gemstone. Could come up at any time before 8 PM, so make sure you are concentrating. And I know you weren't for that last star buy, but fortunately you did heed my warning. We are going to move on. Where are we going to kick off then? Having lots of fun tonight. I have to say, if you want to get involved with the show, then don't hesitate to text through. The number is 60777, or alternatively, you can use the message box at JewelleryMaker.com. Now, cultured pearls, always popular. They consistently sell out here at Jewellery Maker. And I think that for scope as a jewellery maker, I personally believe the Keshi pearls actually offer you more of what you're looking for. You get an irregular shape, so it tends to lend itself to a variety of different designs. I think it's quite almost quite a sort of naturalistic shape, if you like. It almost resembles a berry or a leaf or a... I'm thinking almost an oyster shell shape, actually. I'm thinking, now that I look at those, which is quite appropriate for pearls, isn't it? Because you've got those irregularities in the shape and in the finish on the surface of each pearl, you've got that sort of ruffled effect, which actually gives you greater pearlescence than I normally see on a perfectly round pearl as well. So for me, they're ticking every box. No one is going to deny that these are the real deal. No one's going to mistake these for faux pearls, because you can see from the finish that these have been hand carved by Mother Nature herself. And I think we might have had something similar to this when Gemma joined us Tuesday night, and she was basically trying to get across to people that this isn't a feminine stone, vibrant piece. There's an orange shade there, so I'll just you know, sort of echo those sentiments. 8x7mm in size, quite a warm colour tone here. Let's get the price on screen, because they're flying out the door, and who can blame you for coming through for genuine cultured pearls under £10. These are probably a little bit broader than some of the Keshi pearls we have. Often they're quite tapered. These are a little bit sort of more uniformed across the diameter. In fact, look at this. Sorry. It was Monday that Gemma joined us. My apologies. Look at this. I just found a like a heart-shaped cashew pearl. So absolutely fantastic shapes. Really organic finish. I always think of them being quite appropriate in perhaps tiaras or hair cones because they have that vine leaf shape to them. But just as sort of cluster bracelets or anklets, they'd look absolutely phenomenal, wouldn't they? Real organic quality, but those associations with sophistication and high-end jewellery, because of course they are cultured pearls. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you gorgeous gemstone, very mystical gemstone, again offering you a beautiful optical effect. This time, labradorescence. It comes from labradorite. Regular viewers and buyers will be aware of this gemstone, of course, but if you are new to us, you might not be aware of just how mystical and historical this gemstone is. Originally discovered in the Labrador Peninsula in Canada and actually found in quite a unique rock formation, basically very mountainous region of Canada. It's actually a little island, Labrador, and it's almost the ultimate example of the rock cycle that you find on the island of Labrador, where essentially the whole island is just one big sort of cliff face or mountain, and when the sort of rocks tumble down, they create an sort of layer of sediment. I think it might have been Inuit civilizations that originally discovered it, and they thought that this was Aurora Borealis. They thought it was the northern lights trapped inside the gemstone. And when you do experience labradorescence for the first time, you can absolutely empathize with that sort of well, you call it a misclassification, but you can believe that, couldn't you? You could actually understand that. Of course, now we understand the science involved, but at the time, I think they can be forgiven for making that mistake, because it does have such a wonderful vibrancy of colour when you see that swirl inside the gemstone. As I say, very simple scientific effect, really. Because it's a sedimentary rock, because you've got those layers of different elements creating the crystal formation, when the light enters the gemstone, it travels through them at different speeds. Now you will be able to experience a variety of different colours, whether it's the electric blues and violet tones, whether it's the electric greens or the golden tones, even sometimes those sort of warm apricots and sunrise colour tones as well. In fact, Alison has texted through to say, "Hi Ed, I bought a strand of this that is just stunning. I showed it to a friend this afternoon and she asked me to make her a necklace. First ever sale with genuine gemstones." Well, basically that backs up everything I've ever said about a gemstone that offers you an optical effect. Because as soon as you start to talk to somebody who doesn't have a base knowledge about gemstones, who really maybe not have an appreciation for the prestige attached to a gemstone, when they see an optical effect, they're going to be encapsulated by the idea. It's going to capture their imagination. It's going to make them want to own the gemstone. And Alison has experienced that firsthand today for the first ever time. Trust me, Alison, it will be the first of many a commission. And this is why I believe labradorite is our favourite gemstone here at JewelleryMaker. Well, maybe that, and partly to do with the incredible value, because currently this strand of faceted Marquise cut labradorite is available for $11.95 right now for the last in stock here on the Late Show. We take that's $7.95. When I heard under £10, I was sure in my mind it was going to be $9.95. That is out of this world. When you think, you know, I'm imagining that if Alison's creating a design for her friend, you know, straight away her friend's fallen in love with labradorite because she's seen that optical effect, and that is something that you will experience maybe at your craft fairs, maybe if you are selling to friends, or maybe if you're creating gifts for family members. That is something you're going to experience, because when people see labradorite for the first time, they are a little bit enamoured by it, I think. particularly when you've got this classic checkerboard faceting on another classic cut the marquise. If you take that one gemstone and make that into a pendant, very minimalistic design, maybe with a couple of silver spacers as your accents, you haven't had to give things a huge carat weight, and you don't have to charge a huge price point. This is how you're going to get repeat business. You could charge just £10. You've only used one gemstone, very simple design. You could even put it on a piece of cord or maybe memory wire. That might look nice actually with a bit of labradorite. You're going to make a profit off one gemstone. The rest, you can create designs for yourself, maybe matching earrings as an upsell. Can't go wrong with that strand, especially at that price. Of course, that reduction is only available for 60 minutes. And have a look at this. Now, you can be forgiven for mistaking this for, I don't know, maybe yellow sapphire, maybe some high quality citrine, but it is in fact, I think, a neglected member of the beryl family here. When we talk about beryl, we tend to focus heavily on the likes of morganite, aquamarine, and of course emerald. But I think golden beryl, or yellow beryl, heliodor, is a very, very beautiful variety of that gemstone. And this, again, probably the highest quality strand of heliodor I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. That does mean something when I say it, because I have worked on the channel for quite a long time, and I used to be one of the managers on the channel long before we had a huge management team, and so I was involved with virtually every single strand we booked in at that time. So when I'm telling you that this is the highest possible quality strand of heliodor I've ever seen on the channel, I mean it. 30 carats in total, and actually heliodor is named after the Greek word for the sun, helios, and here you have got that sunshine yellow, that golden tone that would have been traditionally attached to the gemstone. I think in the past we've maybe seen some quite pale varieties where it's quite a subtle colour tone. That's not what you're getting here. It's called yellow beryl, and that is what you're getting. Very, very dense gemstone. Probably gets about 8 on the Mohs scale. The Mohs scale is the way in which we decide the density of a gemstone. It goes from 1 to 10, 10 being a diamond, the hardest element known to man. Heliodor is 8 on that scale, so you can probably afford to be quite experimental and robust in your approach when you're working with the gemstone, despite the fact that you've got quite delicate cuts. They range from 3x2 to 6x3, giving you 30 carats in total. Easily the highest quality strand of heliodor I've ever brought you here at JewelleryMaker, and that's not really reflected in the price point you're going to see. Currently available on our website for £27.95, and it does come from our Gems of Distinction range. So again, less than £1 a carat for some of the highest quality heliodor we have ever brought you here at JewelleryMaker. And we're going to give you a £10 price reduction this evening. Absolutely incredible. Great way for you to get one of the alternative varieties of beryl into your collection. Maybe you don't even have a design in mind. Maybe you're a passionate gemstone collector. This might be one missing from your collection. At that price for this quality, it is one not to be ignored. You can actually keep your designs quite subtle on this particular strand, can't you? You just need a few of these on maybe a head pin onto a pair of shepherd hooks to give you I was going to say, you know, keep the design quite subtle. And actually, Bruce, you'll remember this design. Do you remember when we used to sell quite a lot of canary diamonds on Gems TV? And we would actually have those designs where they would just be rondelle cuts set onto a pair of shepherd hooks. So I'm not sure exactly what the setting, how they'd created the setting, because it wasn't a head pin, but you could emulate that design perfectly, couldn't you? And I'm thinking the kind of price points that we were offering there would have been, what, £149.99 for canary diamonds? You've got the exact same colour saturation, only you can recreate that design using gold-plated sterling silver findings, maybe offer them to your customers for more like $29.99 as opposed to $129.99. So you can afford to be quite competitive if you're buying gems of distinction strands from us here at JewelleryMaker. Just to be clear, I should just say, if you are new to us and you don't know who I'm talking to, Bruce is my director and he's a very experienced member of the team. He's been working for the company for over 10 years, so that's why I know that he would remember that design. We are going to move on though. Oh, okay, cool. Now, I'm going to put these alongside that Heliodor because just have a look at this. Very, I think, quite sunny colour tones here. Very complementary, very almost sort of citrus-like colours, I suppose.
If you, in the Heliodor,
Yeah.
did a cluster,
Okay.
and then did those
I'm talking to Sam. She's coming up with an inspirational design for us all, everybody. So,
if you did the,
cluster the Heliodor.
and then Carnelian the petals, and one on
Oh.
and then you'd be able to do
Fantastic. So you're going to create a cluster of the Heliodor as the stamen of the flower, and then the broader top drill drop the petals
and then on a memory wire.
that you might be putting together for the autumn and winter months. 110 carats of carnelian. That is gorgeous. I love this colour saturation. You don't get the Heliodor, I'm afraid, although we did just give you a £10 price reduction on that strand. They're very, very complimentary, aren't they? And I absolutely love this because if you are new to us, you won't have heard this, but if you are a regular viewer, you'll know that I do have a bit of a theory that orange gemstones will work all year round because they tend to be perfect for all of the seasonal designs people create. If you are more free-flowing in your approach, they're still going to work perfectly by injecting that little bit of warmth as we move into the autumn months, or maybe that bit of vibrancy if you tend to steer clear of seasonal designs. These are a little bit broader than the elongated drops we see sometimes. These are your flat drops. They range in size from 6x5 to 10x9, giving you over 110 carats of carnelian on this specific strand. And it does come from our Gems of Distinction range. Here comes the price point, $14.95, and Sam has just had another great idea. Sam's our tech up, but she's also a jewellery maker. It's an infectious hobby, as I'm sure a lot of you know. So I'm just saying, she created this design earlier using the banded agate, the orange banded agate, highly polished. She created it using this chandelier or waterfall cascading styles of gold and chain. Just imagine one of these on the end of the chains. Absolutely gorgeous. And actually, how about this? You set the lengths of chain onto a bolt ring clasp. I know that means you need 5 bolt ring clasps, but it means you've got your everyday piece. Then you just clip on the lengths of chain for a piece of evening wear once you've changed into your dress and you've got your plunging neckline.
I'm going to steal that.
You're stealing the ideas. $11.95. We're all on fire here. Sam's coming up with inspirational designs. Liam is giving you clearance prices. Bruce is just a bonus. He's on the wheels of steel, giving you all the shots. And I'm here as well, with my handsome face. No wonder people are flocking to the shows this evening. $11.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of carnelian here. Carnelian. What was that, Pedro? You're not in the room. Come on, participation, Pete. If you want to be involved, you actually have to be in the room. Oh, and of course, the strand wouldn't even be here without the wonder that is Pete. And my director's just giving Pete the appraisal of his life. He's telling him that he's never worked with a more adequate floor manager in his life. In fact, all of his work is satisfactory. $11.95 for faceted drops of carnelian here, over 100 carats in total, and that price reduction again only available for 60 minutes. We do have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid, and it's probably for good reason, because we're about to bring you yet another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion we have got a rather fabulous collection, wholesale collection in fact, of essential findings. These are your eye pins, and I actually did use these earlier on to highlight how well they will go with a number of different gemstones. Not just the warmer gemstones, of course, but if you think about, well, they will work with the zestier colours, the oranges and the golden yellows maybe. These are the gold-plated variety. But versatility is the name of the game, of course, and they'll also work brilliantly with the likes of your sort of midnight blues there. Now those are your gold-plated copper eye pins. They're 40mm in length, and the little eye loop is 3mm in size, and you get 100 of those. But we don't stop there, because we're also bringing you the alternative metallic tones, because we've also got 100 of your silver eye pins. This time, slightly alternative finish. You've got the flat head to your pin as opposed to the eye pin. Sorry, these are head pins, that's why, sorry. So, wooden eye pins, silver head pins, my apologies. The head pins are in fact 43mm in length. Again, the actual head is 3mm, so this is probably quite useful because you need eye pins for certain scenarios, you need head pins for others, and this gives you the alternative metallic tones there. So you've got the yellow gold, and you've got the silver plated. And then, okay, my producer's asking me to tell you all that he did make a slight error there. He expected them all to be eye pins. He just, they're all meant to be eye pins, he's saying. He has just messed up. But actually, as I say, we're looking for versatile opportunities, and I think this does offer you something different. You're always going to need both eye pins and head pins. They are essential items. And you've also got your antique bronze finish. So you've got something for your pins, something for your everyday looks in your head pins, and then something for those sort of vintage designs. I'm sorry, but my producer's really beating himself up about it. He's like, look at the name of the bundle. I really thought I'd nailed it. The eyes have it. It is brilliant. The eyes and heads have it on this particular one. So the antique bronze ones are a little bit shorter. They're 30mm in size, so maybe a little bit less wastage if you're working with particular gemstones. And so you've got 30mm antique bronze eye pins. You've got your 43mm silver plated copper head pins, and you've got 100 of those. And you've got your 40mm gold-plated copper eye pins. So 300 findings in total, all for one incredible price point. And here it comes, just, whoa, $6.95. It really is a wholesale deal. That's the lowest possible price we can bring you here in our live shows. We have got 3 of the most popular metallic tones there in 3 essential findings. Eye pins in your antique bronze, head pins in your silver-plated copper, and eye pins in your gold-plated copper eye pins. Those are 40mm in length. That works out at 2 pence per finding. These are essential findings that all jewellery makers are going to need for incorporating gemstones into their designs. If you want to get hold of this deal, I know that all jewellery makers need these items in their collections. This is an essential item. So far, every single buy has come through at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to be one of the phone buyers making the most of this deal, you need to be dialing right now, because they are flying out the door. We are going to move on though, because we've got so much to fit in this evening, and we're going to go straight on to another Star by opportunity, this time a premiere opportunity. This has literally arrived with us here today in our warehouse. In fact, I think sales manager Scott was just digging this out for us when I arrived in the studios, wasn't he? So we got it fast-tracked it down here to the studios so that we could bring you natural blue tiger's eye. Now that actually makes a lot of sense to me. Because sometimes when we see blue tiger's eye, we actually see swirls of different colours, don't we? And I always think, oh, how could that have happened? Because you tend to find sort of blue tiger's eye forming in one place and golden tiger's eye forming in another place. And it's because it's been through some sort of dyeing process. We're never going to, shy away from a dyeing process. They give us the creative opportunities that we're looking for as jewellery makers on many occasions. However, these are totally natural. You've got 370 carats, and that's why you've got this deeper saturation of colour, because this is how Mother Nature intended blue tiger's eye to look. Have a look at the chatoyancy that you're getting as a result. Probably looks a little bit more subtle on screen actually. It might be a little bit difficult for me to get across, but when you see it in the flesh, for me it's actually more impressive because of the depth. There you go, you can see it there, can't you? Fantastic. Because of the depth of colour, it's actually a little bit more dramatic. So it actually offers you a greater impact, but you really need to see it in the flesh to appreciate that. 12mm polished rounds. It almost looks jet black on your screens, but it is in fact a rich midnight blue. You could probably use it as a jet black gemstone if you really wanted to, but I think, that depth of colour is something I'd probably rely on. In fact, I would personally set it into gold plated findings. I just love that combination of the navy blues with the golden tones. Classic combination, isn't it? Now these are 12mm rounds, so they're quite sizable, offering you quite a dramatic impact. And I love the high polish finish because it looks absolutely phenomenal. What are we looking for, sir? Oh, okay. Now I'm being told that we're going to offer you an exclusive premiere price point on this particular strand. So my producers is just negotiating with the system as to how low we can possibly go. And if you've already come through on the phone lines, then you're in for a little bit of a surprise. Here we go, have a look at this. Now, I've been offered this just to show you the blue colour tone. Oh yeah, definitely coming through, see that? There you go. So that's the blue colour tone. And actually the chatoyancy, very impressive now that I focus the lights on some of the gemstones. Absolutely brilliant, thanks guys, that's fantastic. So that really gets the colour tone across there. So you can see there that it's more of a sort of midnight blue rather than, that sort of jet black tone. That's fantastic, there we go. 370 carats of natural blue tiger's eye in your polished 12mm rounds. And as I say, if you've come through on the phone lines, then congratulations, because you are making the most of our premiere price point this evening. Boom, under £10. Now I can't guarantee we're going to be able to honour this price point at 9 AM tomorrow morning. Can't even really guarantee there'll be any of these left at 9 AM tomorrow morning because this is proving to be very, very popular. And you can see there the actual difference. If we cut back to that shot now, you can see that depth of colour almost looks jet black. When we were doing our close-up with the torch pointed on it, you could definitely see those rich blue tones. Premiere launch available for the first time this evening here on Jewellery Maker, and it could be a case of here today, gone today, who knows. So if you are in two minds, or if tiger's eye is something that maybe you haven't worked with before but you are interested in, then get this home, see it in the flesh, and instantly you're going to know how you want to work this into your designs. That's what I believe, because it's such an inspirational gemstone. Very interesting optical effect, not overpowering within your design, but enough to again capture people's imagination, just like the labradorite does. $9.95 is our exclusive launch price for over 300 carats of natural blue tiger's eye. I'll leave it on with you and we're going to move along. Don't forget, we've got another premiere launch coming up later in the show as our superstar buy in the form of this month's birthstone, gorgeous tourmaline, and to be honest, quite rare to bring you a colour graduated strand of tourmaline as opposed to the multicoloured tourmaline, because it does come in so many different varieties, so it would have again been quite labour intensive to put this strand together. And again, you've got an organic look but a high-end finish. So that's coming up in about an hour's time. Not long to wait at all before our superstar buy. Time really does fly when you're having fun, doesn't it? Have a look at this. February's birthstone now, and it's coming in the form of your traditional purple amethyst. Brilliantly faceted, this one. I mean, these again are the kind of cuts you'd probably associate with luxury jewellery designs, and therefore you can keep your designs quite simple, I suppose. You could just use these as droplet earrings and pendants. Maybe you do want to incorporate them into traditional jewellery making motifs like floral looks, for example. But I mean, just have a look at that faceting there. It's classic, isn't it? A classic checkerboard faceting, but a huge number of facets placed on the surface of each gemstone, which is providing you that beautiful play with that beautiful play of light, that gorgeous sparkle. These are absolutely out of this world. Very subtle graduation in the size, ranging from 11 by 7 to 15 by 8. 65 carats in total, and it does come from our Gems of Distinction range. You can see here that this is the sort of classic colour tone that again people will associate with amethyst. Of course, important to include amethyst within your collections because people expect to see it. It's probably the gemstone that has the greatest awareness across the gemstone industry, both with gemstone suppliers, gemstone designers, and of course your customers, the buyers, the people that wear beautiful gemstone jewellery. They want to have amethyst in their collection. They associate gemstone jewellery with this gemstone. That's certainly the way I've read it over the last few years.
On my stall, I've always found that, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
children actually know amethyst.
Really?
If I say to a child, oh, I've got some sapphire, they'll look at me weird. They don't know what I'm on about, if I'm honest.
Okay, so Sam is just giving us a little bit of an insight. Sam's our tech up tonight, but she's also an experienced jewellery maker, and she does attend craft fairs to sell her design. She was saying that actually when you talk to the younger customers and the kids at the craft fairs, they are generally more aware of the likes of amethyst than they are of sapphires and rubies. That's really interesting, isn't it? So that just goes to show you, really for me, what that highlights is that this is a gemstone heavily used by the high street jewellers, so that's why they're aware of it. And so you're doing yourself a real disservice if you're not working with this gemstone. Alexandra's texted in, actually, via the website to say, I love, love, love them. I bought them on a whim last time and they are very dramatic. Oh, sorry, Alex, not Alexandra. You prefer to be called Alex. My producer just updating me there. So, Alex, getting involved with the show. Thank you so much for your insights, especially as it is sort of, you know, first-hand knowledge. You've actually invested in this strand, you've been able to work with it, and you know the dramatic effect that you get from working with a heavily faceted amethyst drop. Currently available for $39.95 is Gems of Distinction quality amethyst. You can actually buy jewellery making sets from other suppliers that feature faux gemstones for this kind of price. Here, these are the real McKay, created by Mother Nature herself, and of course this, probably the gemstone that demands the greatest awareness across the bespoke jewellery sector. $32.95. My producer's just put a little bit of money back in your pocket. Congratulations to everybody who came through early for that particular strand, because it is proving to be very, very popular, and you'll understand why when you get that home. Now we're going to stick with beautiful amethyst, and I have to say this is the way I would finish off a design that featured those fantastically faceted gemstones from our Gems of Distinction range. It's featuring this gorgeous toggle clasp. Where's the T-bar? It's still in the back. Hold on 1 second. And also, can I have a little pair of snips, please, Sam, off the stand? That'd be nice. Thank you. Brilliant. So this is a classic toggle clasp. Fantastic way to finish your designs. And we'll just get this ugly little tag off of there as well. There we go. This is all set into rose gold plated sterling silver. So if you are working with a prestigious gemstone like amethyst and you're working with top quality varieties that have been checkerboard, faceted and offer you a huge carat weight, maybe you're working on a Valentine's commission. How about this? Gorgeous rose gold toggle clasp, beautiful detailing on the surface, but also, oh sorry, amethyst bezel set into the surface of the finding itself. Look at that. I mean, that is the way to complete a design. This is the way to set yourself apart from other jewellery designers, and it's all to do with the finish and your attention to detail. A lot of expert designers actually telling me that when they're selling their designs at craft fairs, often their customers will sort of make their judgment about the quality of the design based on the clasp rather than the gemstones or the technique that's been used. This is sort of the first port of call, and if you're using high-end findings like rose gold plated sterling silver that actually have the same gemstones set into the finding, it actually shows a real attention to detail, and I think maybe just elevates your designs onto that next level, allowing you to achieve those slightly higher price points, and also allows you to justify the price point, because of course people might not appreciate the amount of time, effort and creativity that's gone into creating the design, but they'll certainly understand the value and the inherent value placed upon an amethyst set rose gold sterling silver plated toggle clasp that also has that detailing on it. You just can't go wrong if you're working with this clasp. This is the kind of finding that is going to set you apart from other jewellery designers, and here comes your price point. $12.95. Maybe you've got multiple Valentine's commissions and you're already working on those. Why not maximise on your 1 P&P per day and get 2 or 3 of these amethyst toggle clasps? I can't guarantee we'll be able to get these back in stock before February. And actually, you actually have the potential to maybe make these a feature of your designs. Maybe you don't want to just have the traditional fastening. Maybe you want to maybe set them in an asymmetrical fashion so that they become a feature of the design as well. I would certainly say that's an opportunity if you're working with rose gold plated sterling silver toggle clasps that have amethyst set into the actual finding itself. Absolutely phenomenal way to complete your jewellery designs, and we're going to continue to move on. I love these, and do you know what? Call me crazy, but I bet Cheryl Cole would like this combination. Classic colour blocking there, the purples and the oranges. Don't have to. Could go for more of a classic combination there in the faceted greens as well. I actually quite like all 3 together. That is a gorgeous combination, isn't it? Now, I think those are emeralds, aren't they? Wow. Okay, we'll do those next to give everybody an opportunity to own those. We've already brought you the Carnelian earlier in the show. Look at these heavily faceted rondelles. I mean, just have a look at the sparkle, really. Are there already people on the phone lines? Start dialing right now if you want this. I already heard the price point. Normally, I don't like to focus on the price because, you know, there is a real inherent value to gemstones. We generally try to think about how it's going to enhance your designs as opposed to the price point you're going to have to pay. But I am mesmerised by the quality of the amethyst you've got here. The saturation of colour is actually, if not the same, deeper than the faceted drops we saw before. You've got a huge carat weight there, 80 carats, and you've got this classic rondelle shape, which has been sort of an ever-present from the first 12 months of training here on JewelleryMaker. So lots of people have developed innovative ways to incorporate the rondelles into their designs. Gorgeous play of light thanks to the number of facets you've got placed on the gemstone, and of course, as we've just discussed, the most iconic and I think the gemstone that demands the greatest on the market. The range from 6x3 to 9x4. Let's get that price on screen because it is rather phenomenal, and it's a gems of distinction strand, but I'd sort of add it to your order price. And we don't get the opportunity to do that very often. I think if you just got hold of that toggle clasp, you could essentially just set this onto your beading thread, add that clasp, and you've got a very high-end piece of amethyst jewellery, which you know is going to demand attention and potentially increase your sales. And you haven't had to do much work at all, have you? Because you've got that natural graduation across the strand for less than £10. You've got your toggle clasp, which is the perfect finish, and details of that are available at the bottom of your screen. You've probably created a £30, £40 piece of jewellery. That's what we're looking for when we are buying genuine gemstones at wholesale price point. Under £10 for February's birthstone, but probably the gemstone that definitely transcends birthstone jewellery. If you're not working with amethyst, why not? Because people will not necessarily believe that you've got heliodor, carnelian, sapphires, obsidian, emerald if you haven't got any amethyst on your store, and that's a great way to do that, in fact. And we're going to move on. We'll give you a chance to invest in another very prestigious gemstone, another of the big four this evening, in the form of emeralds. This time, of course, traditionally rubbing shoulders with the likes of rubies, sapphires and diamonds. And one of my favourite gemstones is you're getting inside emerald, so they offer you that depth of colour. It's known as the jardin within the gemstone, the garden inside the gemstone. And look at this beautiful variation of colour tones there. It's almost, again, like getting different varieties of emerald on one strand, ranging from the sort of pastel tones of your Colombian emerald through to the Zambian emeralds and even the depths of the Brazilian emerald. This has all come from one location. It is Brazilian emerald, but just interesting that you've got those colour variations there. These are quite subtle. They're 3x2mm faceted rondelles, so possibly use these as accent gemstones. I certainly wouldn't be piling huge carat weights of emerald into a design without maybe inflating my prices, because it is one of the most revered gemstones on the planet. And again, another birthstone. It's actually May's birthstone, but we know that emeralds are considered one of the big four, one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, so you don't just have to buy emeralds for May babies, of course. Currently available from our Gems of Distinction range for just £24.95, but again, we are going to offer you an exclusive price reduction this evening. 10 carats of emerald, and we're giving you a £10 price reduction. Wow. Very, very impressive. My favourite colour combination of gemstones is purple and green, and I have to say the cut is mirrored here, only of course you've got the much more delicate cuts from the emerald, and then you've got the larger carat weights in the amethyst. Look at that for a combination. Look how much it sparkles as well. Absolutely fantastic combination of colours there, and gemstones, because amethyst and emerald, two of the most recognisable gemstones available on the market. If you want to add this to your order, don't forget you can get the amethyst for that price point as well. That would really be a little bit silly. In fact, at this point, we are being a bit silly, aren't we? Emerald for £14.95, and it is top quality emerald. You know, our lapidarists wouldn't have delicately faceted each and every gemstone to these exacting standards if they didn't offer you this kind of colour tone and this kind of quality. Now, virtually every single person coming through is multi-buying this, and I'm not surprised when we're offering you a £10 price reduction on what was already a very appropriately priced strand of emerald at £24.95, but for £14.95 you are seriously onto a winner there. I probably would multi-buy one, keep one in my personal collection and create a piece of jewellery to make my money back. Does that sound quite a good idea? A cunning plan? 10 carats of emerald for just £14.95 this evening on beautiful emerald. If you want to add that to your order, you need to act now. I don't even think the quantity we have will last the 60 minutes for which the price reduction will be available. I'll leave that one with you at £14.95. There's still people flying through, don't worry. While there's stock available, you can add that to your order for just £14.95. Only for the next hour, of course. Moving on. I'm going to bring you beautiful clear quartz once again. This is fantastic. So again, very traditional and classic feel from your clear quartz because of that gorgeous sparkle and clarity, which I suppose would usually be associated with the likes of diamonds, I guess, but much larger carat weights here. And a real impact. You can see here that this is natural clear quartz, gorgeous clarity. You're hard pushed to find an inclusion actually, and then the way it's been faceted just really allows the light to just dance on the surface of a gemstone so that you do get to appreciate that classic sparkle. It's unbelievable, isn't it? And for once, it has been classified as a faceted drop and not a heart, which is good. These range in size from 10x8 to 16x5. Again, perfect for creating matching sets of jewellery or for maybe incorporating into your classic generic designs, maybe your bridal commission. Just have a look at the way the light is dispersed inside the gemstone, so you can get those little flickers of colour even from a gemstone like this. It's offering you this fantastic colour, this fantastic clarity. Sorry, 125 carats in total, and here comes your price point for this Gems of Distinction strand. Wow! Again, when you think about the idea of selling your jewellery designs and the impact that just one of these gemstones will have on the design, you're going to be able to make huge amounts of profit from buying this quality of gemstone for these wholesale prices. It's something very special, and of course we're only able to do that because of our buying power here at JewelleryMaker and our connections through being part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. Clear quartz, faceted to perfection for just £11.95. That comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and unfortunately we are now down to limited availability, so if you want to make the most of that deal, act now to add it to your order, and you can do so in all the usual ways. We're going to move on because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and once again we've created a wholesale bundle for you, and on this occasion we've taken 4 gemstone strands from our website, bundled them together to create a wholesale deal, and I think really we're ticking every box for jewellery makers here. Not only do we have a fantastic array of gemstones here that offer you different design opportunities, they're also very complementary when used together, and they're your classic 8mm rounds. This is probably the most desirable cut for all jewellery makers. It's where everybody tends to start, and therefore I think even when people become quite astute and confident in their jewellery making skills, they still rely on the classic 8mm round because you know it's going to work in any design, and these work fantastically well together. As I say, all 8mm in size, and we'll start with these hot pink or fuchsia coloured quartz. Uniformed 8mm finish here, but with a polished finish on the surface of a gemstone. Then you've got your classic black agate there, faceted, so you get that beautiful play of light known as lustre, where the light is bouncing off the surface of a gemstone to give you that reflective quality. Often associated with elegance and sophistication. Then you've got this beautiful pastel tone. Actually, those three work together quite well, don't they? But I like the greens and the blacks. I like the greens and the pinks as well. So as I say, very complementary, but maybe you've got a certain design in mind. And this has been classified as sky blue quartz, but not having that. It's a sort of spearmint colour, basically. Basically sort of an Amazonite green, I would say, more of a pastel green than a sky blue, just so you know what you're dealing with, almost that sort of lagoon green tone that we associate with certain gemstones. These, again, polished 8mm rounds, and then this is fantastic, I love this. This is going to be agate. Yes, and again, it's been classified as red and white agate, but it's not. It's orange and white agate. And actually, alongside the faceted black agate, because it's faceted as well, almost gives you that sort of tiger stripe effect, doesn't it? It's really popular, of course. You emulate Mother Nature, tends to create quite a coherent design. Over 130 carats on each and every strand here, giving you a maximum of over 600 carats. If you do want to add this particular bundle to your order, you do need to be getting involved quite early, because already I've had a massive influx of buyers coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. This is a star buy deal. This is the way we flex our value muscles, by creating a wholesale bundle which not only offers you value, but hopefully offers you a bit of design scope as well. They do tend to complement each other very well, these strands. Let's get that price point on screen before it's a sellout deal. No wonder. There you go. Less than £2.50 per strand. And you're looking at fuchsia quartz, spearmint quartz, orange striped agate, and classic black faceted agate there. All in your 8mm rounds. Huge number of multi-buyers coming through, so congratulations if you are snapping up more than one of these. Makes me think that you probably do have quite a successful jewellery making business, and if you are placing it in your basket, you know what to do. Check out to avoid disappointment. I don't want anybody to miss out on this deal just because they're dilly-dallying. Make sure you check out, get it home. That's when your decision making process begins, because you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. And if you've already got a P&P up and running, why not maximise on that £2.95 per day? It runs from midnight to midnight, so you can continue to add to your order all day and make the most of that one P&P. At £9.95 for 4 strands of gemstones, this is a great way to inject all of the classic colour tones into your gem selection, because you've got the femininity of your hot pinks, you've got the neutrality of the pastel greens there, you've got the elegance of your faceted black gemstones, and then you've got those sort of tiger stripe agates that are going to offer you a slightly different dimension to your designs. All available right now for less than £2.50 a strand as part of this deal, of course. £9.95 in total for all 4 strands. I am going to have to leave this one with you because we've got to go to a quick break. When we return, we are in fact going to bring you 2 premier strands in the final hour in the form of this month's birthstone, beautiful pink tourmaline, and a very complementary strand of pearls coming to you in this sort of rich red or burgundy tone. I think they will look beautifully together. Yeah, cherry tone, that's probably about right. I would call it, maybe it's like cherry Coke, because it's got that slightly sort of golden burgundy tone, you know what I mean? So yeah, really, really interesting strand of pearls there, very complementary with our superstar buy. They're coming up in the final hour of the show. Oh, I'm sorry. So they're coming up in the final hour of the show. We're going to go to a quick break. Please don't move a muscle or you're going to miss out.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Liz Welsh and master the art of friendly plastic. Liz will guide you through the basics of using this medium, including how to shape and fuse your friendly plastic and how to use transfer foils, gleams and gilding flakes. You will make an array of projects throughout the day and pick up lots of handy hints and tips. The full course includes a selection of friendly plastic colours, a findings pack in silver copper plated wire, use of gleam, gilding flakes and foils, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I'm a massive fan of macrame. I have been ever since I was introduced to the medium, nearly 2 years ago now. And what I love about it is the simplicity of it, but also the myriad of knots that are available. There are hundreds of different combinations. You actually start off with 5 knots, but it's just the way you use them and the combination of knots, the type of gemstones that you use, and the cords that we've got in stock at the moment are just amazing. We've got a hemp, which is a really good basis to start, and then we go up to satin. We've just had some amazing paracord introduced to the setup as well. And the gemstones, every single gemstone just lends itself so well to this discipline. As I said, it's very easy, it's very simple techniques, very easy to pick up, anyone can do it, and the world is your oyster, literally.
Welcome back to the final hour of the late show here on JewelleryMaker. My name is Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. It has been a very busy day here at JewelleryMaker. And if you already have your order up and running, don't panic, because we are going to dedicate the next 50 minutes of our output to finding you and add it to your order price. Now that might be one of our clearance deals, coming up in the next sort of 40 minutes or so, or it might be one of our premiere launches that we are going to do back to back as our superstar buys. So we're going to start our superstar buys slightly early. I do think they're really complementary, actually. Gorgeous hot pink tones from your tourmaline, organic cuts there, and then your sort of cherry red or burgundy cultured pearls there. They work brilliantly well together, don't they? But maybe you have a birthday this month. Tourmaline is the alternative birthstone to October. I suppose most people associate opal with October, but tourmaline is also representative of October's birthstones. And then you've got your classic cultured pearls as well. So those are coming up at the end of the show. Not long to wait, probably about, as I say, 30, 40 minutes. Before that, we're going to try to find add it to your order prices for each and every one of you in the form of clearance deals. And we're going to start with a double deal on Sky Blue Topaz. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, I know I sound like a bit of a broken record this evening, but it's only because it's true. So we have got some of the highest quality gemstones I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker on tonight's show. We saw that incredible Heliodor, those gorgeous amethysts, and now we're looking at another very, very popular gemstone, both on the high street and by some of the sort of high-end jewellery designers, in the form of beautiful Swiss blue topaz or sky blue topaz. This one, beautiful consistency of that colour. Again, we've had varieties of topaz in the past that haven't necessarily offered you the same colour saturation, certainly not the same consistency across the entire strand. But these days, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, we are looking at top quality gemstones. As I say, the kind of gemstones I'd expect to see set into 9-carat gold on the high street. These are your faceted rondelles, so quite high end, quite elegant, quite delicate, and they range in size from 2x1mm up to 3x2mm. This is a double deal, and sort of clues in the title really. We've taken two strands, bundled them together. That allows us to work on slightly lower margins and therefore offer you a fantastic saving. But on top of that, it does make the opportunity a little bit limited because we've halved our stock levels. Now, topaz is another gemstone that does offer you subtle pleochroism. So from one angle you might see more of the sort of icy clarity, from the other you're going to see that rich blue tone. You've got that gorgeous sparkle when the light hits the surface of a gemstone, and it's almost sort of a light refraction, almost like a luster if you like when it's sparkling, but inside you've got that beautiful brilliance, and that's where you get that depth to the gemstone itself. Normally $19.95 per strand, which in itself is a pretty incredible deal. Have a look on the high street. You're going to see very similar finish, very similar cut and facet, but you can pay, wow, that's amazing. Normally these are $19.95 per strand, and I think that's the most competitive price point in the market. Right now, these are £12.50 per strand. And you've got 40 carats in total. Absolutely incredible. So 40 carats in total, and only available at that price point for the next 60 minutes. I've got to say, if you're a jewellery maker that traditionally works with genuine gemstones, and maybe you haven't quite taken the plunge into the Gems of Distinction range, this for me is one of the best value deals we've ever brought you, because again, topaz is going to be a gemstone that a lot of people are aware of, and this for me is probably some of the best quality topaz I've ever sold. That is a big statement from me to say, because of course I haven't always worked on JewelleryMaker. I used to be a producer on Gems TV, and topaz was a mainstay of my, I suppose, my more affordable showcase hours. So often you'll find topaz being set into sterling silver on the high street and on our sister channel on Gems TV. But I have seen topaz of this kind of quality with this colour saturation being set into white gold as well, not just with the top end designers, although topaz actually is very prestigious when you get quality topaz like this. I've seen people charging 4-figure sums in some of the big London designers, 3-figure sums even on Gemporia, on our sister channel's website. I think the one we found, very, very similar colour saturation, £277, set into white gold, accented with diamonds. Even on the high street, I've seen this gemstone accented with cubic zirconia, even know what that is, in silver, $77.99. So to get 40 carats for $24.95, I'm blown away by that deal. That is hugely impressive, and hopefully the elite jewellery makers out there, people who do understand the inherent value of gemstones, will be flying in on the phone lines to get hold of that one. That is the way to maximise on your profits with your jewellery making abilities. And this, once again, a classic look, but it may be more of a dynamic cut, maybe not a traditional cut. I tell you what about the centre gemstones? I'm just going to put one of those down for a second. Centre gemstone as a solitaire ring. You've got that classic checkerboard faceting that you'd normally associate with cocktail style rings. You've got beautiful clarity. You can accent it with any other gemstone. You know it's going to work because you've got the neutrality from your clear quartz. Maybe even maybe put it alongside your pink tourmaline. That's rather fantastic, isn't it? Maybe you want to create a sort of a classic look, maybe for a mother of a bride. How about your burgundy pearls and your clear quartz? Definitely going to work no matter what you set alongside this. And of course, because you've got that clarity, because you've got that neutrality, it makes it another mainstay for jewellery makers, especially when you've got the sparkle from that beautiful checkerboard faceting. Normally £9.95 per strand, so already very affordable, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, but we're not going to stay there. As part of our clearance double deal, we're taking the price down to Bargain Town. Buy one, get one for just £2 this evening. As I say, in order to source clear quartz that offers you this clarity, it wouldn't have been an easy task. And you tend to find a lot of quartz being sourced in South America and Africa. This actually comes from Brazil, and then of course that means we've got to sort of send it over to India so that it can be cut by our very experienced lapidarists. Very exacting standards to the faceting here, which again adds value to your design and makes I suppose it makes it a little bit easier to create a high-end finish when the gemstone's doing a lot of the work for you. $11.95 for a double deal here. Normally $9.95 for 70 carats, but this evening $11.95 for 140 carats. Again, maybe you do actually live with another jewellery maker. Maybe it's possible for you guys to really maximise on these double deals, and if so, stay on the phone lines for a couple of seconds because you're definitely going to want to get hold of these. This is beautiful rose quartz, probably one of the most feminine gemstones available on the market, but here, I mean, epic carat weights. We're talking about 245 carat weights on 245 carats on both strands, so that gives you 490 carats in total. And a fantastic graduation in the sizes. In fact, they range from 10mm drops up to 20mm drops. Wow. So that means that if you're getting hold of this double deal, really, there are no limits to what you can achieve. You can create floral motifs by matching up the correct sized gemstones, and you can create matching sets of jewellery. So you really have no problem here. You've got a huge array of gemstones there, ranging from 10mm up to 20mm in size. This is Madagascan rose quartz, another sort of premium location for sourcing these kind of gemstones, and you can actually see that, can't you, in that very feminine but consistent colour tone. Maybe I'm thinking put them alongside the baby blues there. Look at that. Maybe for a new mum, if you don't know what they're going to have, then you've got the powder blues and the sort of baby pinks there. Maybe you know they're having a baby girl. Jobs are good and you've got it here. And again, heavily faceted, top drill drop, so easy to work with. and I'm a little bit nervous about dropping the price on this one. Normally they're $24.95 per strand, which in itself is incredible value for over 200 carats. Really? How many of this bundle do you have? That is incredible. Rose quartz, of course, offering you so many different sellable opportunities because you've got the femininity from one angle. Then, of course, if your customer base or if you yourself are more interested in the sort of metaphysical or the crystal healing properties, of course, quartz thought to be a big amplifier of different energies, and of course, if maybe you just prefer to think about the traditional folklore attached to a gemstone, this is known as the gemstone of true love. I mean, what finer sentiment could there be to attach to a piece of luxury jewellery? Buy one, get one for £5. That is another £20 reduction. I didn't want to say it, I don't want to believe it. A £20 reduction on this bundle. If you're placing this in your basket, you need to be checking out all of a sudden. I've got quite a few people coming through on the free phone number. Again, you know, if everybody multi-buys, you could potentially miss out. So I'll never say it to put undue pressure on you. Of course, you don't need to feel any pressure. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. But please take advantage of a £20 price reduction on the finest quality rose quartz here at JewelleryMaker. It is phenomenal. Going to leave that one with you then and move on to our next clearance deal. Okay, now golden rutile quartz. So this is probably the most sought after variety of this particular gemstone. I mean, there's a place for all of these varieties, isn't there? You know, if you want that sort of drama from the monochrome variety, we have got plenty of varieties of that. We saw the moss rutile quartz earlier, which we don't see very often, but did get me very excited. Purely just because I do have a bit of a passion for gemstones and I hadn't seen that variety very regularly. But this is the sort of iconic variety of golden rutile quartz, and the variety which the powers that be, not here at JewelleryMaker, I mean within the gemstone industry, believe the name should be retained for this particular variety alone. And I think it's one of the more interesting gemstones, particularly for collectors, because again, it's prized for its inclusions, and I mean, you've got to see it to believe it, really, haven't you? Remember those little golden marker pens you used to get when you were at school? And they'd be heavily used at this time of year when you'd be making Christmas cards for your mum and dad in school. And that's the kind of, it almost looks like it has been created by somebody, because you just can't believe that those little rutilations offer you so much texture and character inside the gemstone. Each and every gemstone totally unique and almost like a little bit of a work of art from Mother Nature herself. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. It looks like angel hair or spun sugar inside the gemstone, doesn't it? Wow, I've just realised that we normally sell golden rutile quartz, one of the most collectible gemstones available, for $9.95 each. Wow, that's not going to be your price point this evening. We are going to take this down to a clearance double deal price. Should be $9.95 per strand tonight. Buy one, get one for £2. That is amazing. And this really is a gemstone that's favoured by collectors. I always like to think that you know, traditionally I do mention the fact that the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, does have his own personal collection of gemstone. It is housed within the building in our museum, and he's got two huge golden rutile quartz as part of his collection, sitting alongside a huge rubellite, tanzanite, the largest cut morganite in the world. So For collectors, this is a very prestigious gemstone, and of course here at JewelleryMaker we would never intentionally devalue a gemstone, but that I have to say, I think we are walking a fine line there, because you wouldn't expect to see a collectible gemstone like this available at a clearance price effectively. I shouldn't even say those words, should I? Buy one, get one for £2. That is incredible, especially as it gives you that opulence. You've got that unique finish to each and every gemstone, but you've got an inherent opulence from the colour tone. Can't go wrong there, especially if you're getting a strand of Gems of Distinction rutile quartz for £2 as part of this deal. Make sure you are checking out your baskets if you're adding it to your order, or alternatively, dial the free phone number. I'm just going to remind everybody that coming up, about 15, 20 minutes, not long to go at all, we're going to launch 2 premiere strands, gorgeous pink tourmaline, this month's birthstone, and the ever popular cultured pearls. So if you don't want to miss out on those deals, please be on the phone lines early to avoid disappointment. They're coming up in about 15 minutes time. We're going to move on. Again, another double deal, this time in the form of Carnelian. Rather than offering you that fantastic consistency, sorry, this has just got a little bit tangled, so I'm just going to work that out. There we go. Yes, there we go. So rather than offering you that consistent sort of tangerine glow of Carnelian that is probably the most traditional variety, we're going to give you some of the alternative colour bandings. It's known as colour zoning, and I think on many occasions it will offer you greater creative scope, particularly when you see the cut here, because these are probably going to be used in quite contemporary or dynamic designs. You've got your corner drilled cubes. Have a look at this. So the colour tones range from sort of a golden tone into the apricots, then you get the tangerines, and then you even get the cherry reds as well. So fantastic versatility from the variations in the colour tones, and then of course you've got that dynamism from the cut itself. Corner drilled cubes there. They're 8mm in size in terms of their dimensions, and that gives you over 200 carats on each strand. So we're talking about 440 carats in total as part of this deal. Normally they're $8.95 per strand, but tonight, once again, taking them down to Bargain Town. Buy one, get one for just £2. So we're taking that down to $10.95. I mean, these would make fantastic charms, wouldn't they? Or maybe little cluster necklaces. Then all you need is just a length of chain to complete the design. A little beady bead made out of the cubes, I suppose, because then you get those dynamic edges, those angled effects that will be quite dramatic. But you can select a variety of different colour tones there, so you can potentially soften up the sort of dramatic effect that you get from the cubes by using the more subtle colour tones. Just one idea. Maybe you already have a design in mind. I wonder if these can be set into sort of macrame bracelets so that you get the angled edge actually sort of facing outwards. I bet you can, and there'll be some talented macrame artists. You could create I've seen the ones where you create the macrame weave so that the gemstone's set on top of the actual wrist sign, so you wouldn't get the corners digging into your wrist, and it would give you that very dynamic effect, which really popular on the catwalks actually. $10.95 is a clearance deal, and yeah, you can turn your little carnelian on the catwalk. $10.95 for 440 carats of this gorgeous gemstone, and we're going to move on. Everybody's singing I'm Too Sexy now. Have a look at this. Wow. Look at... Is this what I think it is? No way. Okay, I'm going to actually be honest then. I thought this had to be garnet because the colour tone is so perfect. I didn't expect to see rubies. This is basically sort of like a glacier cherry tone. I mean, imagine if you are creating a beautiful piece of maybe Christmas jewellery and use these as little holly berries, perhaps, something like that. Or maybe you don't need a theme to your jewellery design if you're working with one of the big four, rubies of this quality. Again, like I said, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this has to be some of the finest ruby we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. This is out of this world. Faceted top drill drops. Again, they're quite delicate. They range in size from 4x2 to 6x3. You've got 25 carats in total. And another member of the corundum family. But there's no denying that these are rubies. I mean, look at that colour tone. That is what you're looking for. There's only one way to describe it, and that is ruby red. Actually, they're so perfect, I don't even know if they were rubies. Do you know what I mean? Because you think, like, if you've got rubies of this quality, would they be available to crafters? Would they probably be more likely to be set into 9 carat, maybe 18 carat gold? Now, these are currently available on our website. They do come from our Gems of Distinction range. And I am going to say this, of course they do. It's the only way you could get gemstones of this quality onto the channel. That is one of the most exciting things I've heard all night. I've already got a huge number of people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com and adding these to their order. I'm not surprised. This is a collector's strand of rubies, isn't it? But I've just heard we have to honour the original launch price. So they're currently available for $44.95, which is already less than £2 a carat. We're about to go even lower. We're going to honour the launch price and give everybody the equal opportunity to add this strand of rubies to their order. Now, really? Okay, my producer is actually checking whether they ever were launched at this price or whether it's just a little anomaly in our system, because we don't believe we should be able to bring you rubies of this quality for the price point that we're about to honour. Because if we took them down to $39, what, you mean that's not the price? Okay, so if we took them down to $39.95, you'd never seen the launch, you'd already be flying through on the phone lines. Yeah, and you are. And he's saying, if you went to this price, you'd expect them to sell out. We are getting close. Start dialing, because we're not staying there. So why on earth did somebody launch them for $34.95? Well, I think that really what happened was somebody was getting a little bit overexcited, and they took the parameters of our remit here at JewelleryMaker a little bit too far, didn't they? Well, they were sort of thinking, well, it's our job to offer people prestigious gemstones, collectible gemstones that are, you know, people are aware of, that people fall in love with, that are in fact birthstones. This is July's birthstone. And it's important that we offer people the most competitive prices on the market. I'm confident we do that. And of course, the first opportunity to own it has to be the best opportunity, because that's the nature of a launch, right? But as usual, I think producer Dion just went above and beyond, yeah, and borderline on devaluing a gemstone here. 25 carats for $34.95, but we've honoured it this evening. I'd have been happy to stay at $44.95, and not because I don't want everybody to get a fantastic deal, but because something like a ruby doesn't exactly need a push. Do you know what I mean? People are already aware of ruby. People understand that it's a hugely prestigious gemstone, traditionally set into, I suppose, 9 carat gold, if not 18 carat gold. And this particular sample is, well, no different really. Now, how many of these do we have? Only double figures of availability, and I don't mean 99, fewer than 50. And probably about half of that stock's already gone. So if you want to be one of the final 20 people to add rubies to your order at the original launch price, then please dial now. You do still have a 30-day money-back guarantee, even on Gems of Distinction strands, even on strands as collectible as this. You can get them home, see them in the flesh, I don't think anyone's going to send it back, because anybody who's got an interest in ruby, the second this lands on your doorstep, you're going to be mesmerised that you only paid $34.95 for it. If you want to add it to your order, act now. If you've got it placed in your basket, you do need to start checking out, actually, because we do have phone buyers coming through on our free phone number. I'd love to see some beautiful Wall of Fame designs featuring this ruby, because it is absolutely exquisite, easily the best quality ruby, or one of the best quality ruby strands I've ever brought you. Absolutely out of this world. We'll leave that one with you. Oh, going from one sort of prestigious strand to another, because this looks to me like faceted zircon, and that's exactly what it is. There you go. The reason I say that is I think, again, this is a great gemstone to have on your craft fair store if you want to build rapport with your customer base. So the likes of amethyst and rubies will help you to do that, because they'll set you apart from other jewellery makers in terms of the quality and the prestige of the gemstones you can source. But if you are able to feature zircon on your craft fair store, this shows that you are in tune with the gemologists and the gemstone collectors out there as well. You have a real depth of knowledge about gemstones and gemstone jewellery, because zircon is the oldest gemstone on the planet, thought to be up to 4.4 billion years old. I'll say that again, 4.4 billion years old. Thought to have actually formed even maybe before planet Earth itself. It might have been, you know, present in the Big Bang for all we know, because we actually used to think that the Earth was 4 billion years old, and then we found some zircon that was 4.2, 4.3 billion years old. We've actually found samples of zircon from meteorites that have hit the Earth from Mars that are even older than that. And traditionally, these are the kind of colour tones you're going to find in your zircon. Zircon, again, another gemstone that actually can offer you greater refractive index than diamond, for example. And on many occasions, it has been mistaken for diamonds because of that fantastic brilliance. Its nickname, sort of hundreds of years ago, used to be the Montari diamond, and so you can understand why people have made that error. But these rich colour tones, you get basically a graduation from a champagne tone into a golden, and then sort of cognac tones as well. I would probably suggest that you don't even need to make jewellery designs from this. It could be used as a genuine talking point for your customers to say, this is the oldest gemstone known to man, and this is really the gemstone that's forever. So zircon is forever. Diamonds often get burnt up in the Earth's crust when they're actually forming, but zircon has been here from the dawn of time. 30 carats in total. I only have single figures of availability because it has proved to be so popular with jewellery makers and collectors alike, and I'm not surprised at this price point. It's only featured on the show once prior to this evening, and I now have the last 3 strands left in stock. So if it's something you're interested in but you're not 100% sure, check out your basket right now, because actually there's 4 people in the baskets and only got 3 strands, so check out now or you're going to miss out. Simple as that. Sorry, that's just a fact, I'm afraid. I don't want anybody to miss out. Black spinel now, again, coming from our Gems of Distinction range. It's undeniable, because just have a look at the finish on the gemstones. Fantastic lustre. There's only one way to describe that, and that is sophistication. In fact, you don't really need to do a great deal of work. I'm thinking as a bracelet design for, you know, just to go with your LBD, you might have a little bit of colour on your neckline or in your earrings, and then just, I mean, look at that, just to set apart a design. Even on my hairy man wrists, I'm looking a little bit more elegant, aren't I? Do you know what I mean? The other thing I love about this is not just the depth of colour, which obviously, you know, spinel does offer you greater lustre than a black diamond on many occasions. So you get that beautiful reflective quality, let's try it in English, when the light bounces off the surface of the gemstone, which I think does give you that elegance, that beautiful lustre. But also, have a look at the cut. These are quite broad, top drilled drops, heavily faceted. So the reason you can make the, you know, really get the effect of the lustre is because of that number of facets. But it's going to lend itself to so many different designs. You can separate them out and create quite subtle earring designs, for example, or you can rely on this sort of interlocking cluster style that you get from the gemstone itself. Subtle graduation, ranging in size from 5mm to 7mm, giving you well over 100 carats of black spinel here. As I say, a gemstone that is often mistaken for black diamonds. If you want to get involved with this deal, you know what to do. Start dialing the free phone number. Once again, this is only featured on the show once prior to this evening, and we're already down to limited availability. You saw how quickly the zircon flew out the door. Maybe you missed out on the opportunity to buy our black diamonds that were launched on this morning's show. Maybe they're a little bit out of your price range, but the second you saw them, you had a design in mind. You can easily emulate the design that you were going to create in black diamonds using black spinel, and you probably get an even greater play of light, and you'll be able to achieve a much more affordable price points for your customers potentially. Let's have a look at the point for this Gems of Distinction strand. $14.95. I'll check for you. No, I'm afraid not. Our producer was almost convincing himself that this was two strands that had become entwined because there's so many gemstones on the strand for that price. I'm afraid not, producer Liam. That's exactly the kind of value we bring people here at JewelleryMaker. That number of black spinel for $14.95. These are flying out the door, I should just say. Anybody who wants to get hold of one of these needs to be dialing the free phone number now. If you're placing it in your basket, check out immediately. Otherwise, I expect you to miss out on that deal. And have a look at this. How about this? Because you've got the highly faceted finish from the black spinel. I love this as a combination. Pinks and blacks together for me. Really popular at the moment. How about that? So you've got the organic finish from the spinel, the highly faceted finish from the black spinel. Fantastic combination, huh? Between the sort of raspberry pinks there, the plum tones, and the hot pinks, and that gorgeous black spinel. This coming up as a premiere launch in just a few minutes' time. Not long to wait at all for that one. We're moving on. I'm going to bring you these gorgeous black and white agate coins. These are beautiful. Are these? Did I launch these? I thought so. I think I launched them on the morning show. Now, it was really quiet morning, and you know, we had some incredible deals, as we always do, and we will at 9 AM tomorrow morning, of course. But quite quiet. I think people appreciating the design when they were originally launched. If you want to add this to your order, you need to be dialing right now. It's available for $9.95. We are now down to limited availability on this strand, and you do get a completely different finish on each gemstone in terms of that banding. And I love the fact that you can see the formation of the quartz crystal through the centre of the gemstone as well. Look at that! Wow, that's gorgeous. It's almost like a what do you call it? Yin and yang sign. Almost, not quite, but you know what I'm thinking of, I'm sure. Look at that, these are gorgeous, aren't they? $9.95 for the entire strand. If you do want to add that to your order, you know what to do. Act now to avoid disappointment. We're now going to move on, and we're going to offer you the other variety of black and white agate quartz slabs. And these are rectangular varieties. So again, these prove to be very, very popular. 700 carats on the strand itself. The rectangles range in size, are 40 by 25 millimeters in size. and unfortunately we have fewer available on this particular strand. I guess the shape itself is very, very popular. I've seen it used as pendants, as the feature of an asymmetrical necklace, even in ring designs as well. Absolutely gorgeous, and we'll get the price straight on screen for these because I believe we honour the price. There we go, £9.95. This time 700 carats in your black stripe, white, black and white stripe quartz agate. Puffy rectangles, gorgeous shapes. They're very, very useful, of course, and those are available right now. They add it to your order price of £9.95. Again, I only say that because I know that when these were launched, they were virtually a sellout deal. The remaining stock has been offered this evening, but looks like it's going to sell out once again. Just £9.95. We'll leave that one with you because there's still lots and lots of people coming through, and I don't want anybody to be disappointed. Don't take my word for it. Speak to a member of the help team. We've got to move on because it is now time for a double superstar buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our superstar buy. This will bring the show to a close. I'll deal with this in one moment. First of all, we will offer you our premiere launches. Don't worry, the bag's not coming up now. Just in case you're all thinking, should I go for this or should I go for the bag? The bag won't be launched tonight. Okay, I'll talk about that in a second. Right now, we're going to launch the premiere strand of pink tourmaline, this month's birthstone. Tourmaline, known as the rainbow gemstone, comes in more variety than more colour variety, sorry, than any other gemstone. And when you've got these hot pink tones, even ranging up into almost a purple and red hue, I mean, some of these could almost be classified as rubelites, one of the rarest gemstones on the planet. But they've been classified as pink tourmalines, and you do get a fantastic colour tone here. Absolutely exquisite. As I say, this month's birthstone, so always popular for birthstone jewellery, but I think these kind of hot pinks and plum tones are always going to be popular because they work with so many other different colours. They offer you femininity, but they also offer you something a little bit different, because when traditionally we think of pink gemstones, we either get the sort of pastel tones or we get that rich red tone that we saw in our rubies earlier. This is somewhere in between, and it's quite unique to your pink tourmalines. Here you've got an 84cm strand, so you've got a lot of gemstones here, and you've got those organic cuts. They offer you a slightly more organic and dynamic edge to your design process. I'll just hold it out for you because it looks like we're not getting a lot there. Look, you are getting a huge number of gemstones here. They range in size from 2x1 to 6x4, so you could use these in sort of cluster style designs, or you could use them as spaces in your designs. Imagine that, offering your customers tourmalines as an accent gemstone. Very, very impressive. Quite a rare variety in terms of the pink tones, and of course we've had to sort of colour graduate out each and every one of these strands to make sure we're only bringing you the pink tourmalines. If you know a bit of a girly girl who has a birthday in this month, maybe you're thinking about putting together a luxury piece of jewellery for them, this is the gemstone to invest in. This should be at the forefront of your considerations. You should be dialing our free phone number right now to put yourself at the front of the queue to add pink tourmaline to your order. This is brand new, this has never been seen before, and we only have a limited number of strands. In fact, double figures of availability on this strand right now. I've already got a huge number of people coming through to multi-buy this. Maybe you've got birthstone jewellery in mind. Maybe you just need to get this hot pink tone into your collection. We are, of course, going to be able to provide you with an exclusive launch price this evening, and that will be honoured hopefully until 9 AM tomorrow and hopefully beyond, but I can't guarantee it. Of course, the launch is always your best opportunity to get involved. Just have a look at the combination of colours there, because you've got the rich, almost purple hues coming through, then you've got the hot pinks, then you've got the sort of feminine baby pinks as well there. So this is not to be ignored. This is a hugely impressive strand of tourmaline, and as I say, we're able to launch it for the first possible time this evening. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. We are starting to get a huge influx of phone buyers coming through on our free phone number. So if you are placing this in your basket, don't forget you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Check out as you go, otherwise, you know, you run the risk of missing out. Double figures of availability on this particular strand, and they are flying out the door very, very quickly. Let's get our exclusive launch price on screen. Less than £10 for 85 carats of pink tourmaline. It is rather remarkable, but that's what we do here at JewelleryMaker. We make some of the rarest gemstones on the planet as accessible as possible. We do that by offering you incredible value, and when I say incredible value, I mean the lowest and most competitive price point we can find for the highest possible quality we can bring you. Congratulations to Susan, you've got 2, Janet, you've got 2, Anna, you've got 2, Elizabeth, you've got 2. In fact, we're going to be hard pushed to meet the demand here because there are so many multi-buyers coming through. I've actually seen these sort of tumbled nuggets used to great effect, not just to create an organic effect, like we see perhaps in your Tree of Life pendant designs, but also in very, very high-end designs, maybe placed alongside faceted gemstones as an accent. They're definitely going to enhance the look of your designs. They are absolutely gorgeous. Nice, like it. I'll tell you what. Designer Liam strikes again. Now, recently I did a show with Linda, our resident designer, and what she'd done is she'd been influenced by Mother Nature. She was looking out the window and she could see this tree being blown one way, and she created her Tree of Life pendant so that it went in that direction, so it looked like it's being blown by the wind. My producer, Mr. Liam Never, has just come up with a fantastic idea. How about a Tree of Life design that covers the seasons? So maybe if you've got red agate, so I think you need 3. Oh, I've got it. Okay, so you start with your pink tourmaline, that's your cherry blossom. Then you move into maybe mookaite or orange agate or carnelian, something like that for your 4 colours, and then no gemstones on the other branches. So it's shed its leaves, you're into the winter. You like that? We are on fire. Okay, we can't make any of these things, so if you do, if you want to create it for us and send it into the Wall of Fame, then please do so. Oh, actually, whoa. Producer Liam's saying the world's his oyster. Now he's made his 2nd ever design. Maybe he can create this wire work creation. Okay, I think there's quite a far jump from putting 10 beads on a piece of beading thread to making a innovative Tree of Life design, but we'll see on Monday when we challenge Liam to create everything. We'll see how much time he's got on Monday. Okay, I've got to leave that one with you because we do have another superstar buyer. We'll move those graphics down to the bottom of the screen so people can continue to come through on that one. And we're going to move on to our cherry or burgundy cultured pearls. Again, slight elongation in the size, so they are 6x5mm, but when you're looking at the finish on the gemstones, they are out as well. I think this is really complementary. I think I would use these together. Pink tourmaline and cherry cultured pearls in a design. That's going to blow people away. That is out of this world, isn't it? Now, again, regular viewers, you'll already be aware of what's going on within the industry regarding cultured pearls. You'll know that there has recently been a huge decrease in the production of cultured pearls thanks to new legislation being placed on the industry. We can share that industry knowledge with you because we've been working with the same pearl suppliers for a decade. In fact, it is Gem TV's birthday in the coming days. It will be their 10th birthday, rather impressive, of course. And I actually think these are perfect, again, for the Christmas period because they do have that depth of colour. They're not... Actually, I'm not so sure I like the cherry classification because they're a bit richer than that, aren't they? They're a bit more of a plum tone or a burgundy. I think burgundy's probably about right. Absolutely fantastic. Again, I've got a huge number of multi-buys coming through. Maybe you're putting together a very elegant, high-end piece of jewellery for a commission for the Christmas period. These are definitely going to fit the bill. Maybe you are putting together a bridal commission and the bridesmaids are going to wear this sort of richer sort of red wine tone. Who knows? That might be the reason for some people coming through taking 2s and 3s. We know that cultured pearls are always going to be popular. They give you a contemporary finish if that's what you're looking for. They give you a traditional and classic finish if that's what you're looking for. They tick every single box. They offer you so much versatility as a jewellery designer, but as ever, we only have a limited number available. Please make sure you're on the phone lines early if you want to add these to your order. Around about half the stock's probably already been allocated based on what I can see. And if you've got them placed in your basket, you know what to do. Check out to avoid disappointment. Let's get that price on screen. It is an add it to your order price this evening of just $6.95. And again, when I say that, I am giving you the opportunity to maximise on just $2.95 per day for your P&P. And I think a lot of shopping or shopping channels or even retailers, online retailers, will be quite hard pushed to compete with us offering you these kind of deals. $2.95 per day, doesn't matter how many items you want to add to your order, and of course we also include cultured pearls into that scenario. I should just say, often when you look at a potato pearl, you see those sort of rings, those silk-like rings on the outer edge of the gemstone. They only highlight the organic feature of the mineral, but you haven't got that on these beautiful, almost sort of polished finish, if you like, from Mother Nature on these cultured pearls, and quite delicate size but large enough still to make an impact. But at that kind of price point, I think an add it to your order price. Maybe in fact you haven't had the opportunity to watch all day, you've just tuned in and you're an experienced jewellery maker. Start dialing the free phone number right now to add genuine cultured pearls to your order for $6.95. I can't guarantee we'll be able to offer you these kind of price points in 2015, so maximise on the deals we're bringing you right now as we offer a little bit of a swan song to our original cultured pearl prices. Gorgeous colour tone, gorgeous depth, beautiful sophistication, all for less than £10. Another exclusive launch price for us this evening. And if you are on the phone lines waiting in a queue, stay where you are. A member of our call centre will be with you shortly. Alternatively, if you've placed them in your basket, you know what to do. Check out or expect to miss out. That's the bottom line, I'm afraid. $6.95 is our exclusive launch price. I've got to leave that one there. Just enough time for me to thank you for joining us this evening and to thank all of the guys for putting together the show. Unfortunately, they're going to have a hard night tomorrow because I'm not here. No, don't panic. The gorgeous Ali will be here from 5 p.m. till 9 p.m. and that allows me to feature on the morning show. So I'll be back here at 9 a.m. and I will be bringing you some very, very special deals in the form of feathers. And these are probably, in my opinion, the nicest feathers we've had so far. They're all part of our boutique bundles and our kits that Sheila has put together for us. So we're joined by Sheila tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. and of course I'll be launching the brand new JewelleryMaker storage bag. This is probably the biggest bag we've ever brought you, and I will be launching it tomorrow morning. It seems like I have a large quantity, but you know what it's like on a morning show launch. Make sure you're on the phone lines early if you want to own this. And no, Sam, you can't have this one. Tune in from 9 a.m. tomorrow and add your bag to your order. Thank you and good night.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Designer Inspiration. Thank you very much for joining me today. My name is Rebecca Redican and I have got numerous treats for you. Not only have I got a little bit of a clearance deal on some coloured wire, I also have 3 strands of brand spanking new pearls all coming to you in a Designer Inspiration kit. And the designer with the inspiration today is the ever so lovely, always glamorous Sammy. Hi, love.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good, thanks. I'm glad to be back. I always love coming here. So.
Do you? Do you feel like you come home?
Yeah, I do. It's really, really great. It's just, you just feel lovely when you walk in the door.
Oh, that's nice. What are you doing for us today with your first designer inspiration?
First designer inspiration is something for kind of all skill levels, and it's just, well, it's a bit of glamour.
You've got some seriously luxurious strands in this first kit, haven't you?
I have, yes, absolutely. Well, in both kits, I've got to say, in both kits, they're absolutely amazing. Yeah, just, I can't even, I'm just gonna, they're really, really, really good strands. And I really loved working with them, and it's so easy to make something look very glamorous when you've got brilliant things to work with from the start.
Yes, absolutely. We have got 2 designer inspirations for you as always today. I also have a very special challenge which you were kind of blown away with a little bit, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. I'm so lucky.
I think it's so cutesy. You're going to love it. You really, really are. So I've got loads coming up for you today. Shall we get started? Why not? I am with my usual team today, which means that I have Ben on cameras. I have my floor manager, Brother Pete. Hi, Brother Pete.
Hi.
There he is. Calm as always. I have also got my lovely director, Ryan, and at the reins today is my producer, as always, is the gorgeous Helena. And what does that mean? Well, it obviously means we have got loads and loads of these little beauties in today. We all know she loves pearls, and we're starting off as we mean to go on. If you love pearls, today's your day. These are your silver cultured Keshi pearls. Only been seen once ever before. Now, Keshi pearls are quite interesting in their form. We can see when we talk about Keshi, we're not talking about location like we would be, say, you know, with the Biwa pearl. Keshi is very much talking about the formation and how they actually look. A Keshi pearl can happen very, very randomly, actually. Happens quite often. It's one of those Mother Nature rules, as it were. A Keshi pearl is formed very similar to, say, your potato pearl or your round pearl, but the difference is when an irritant is added to the mollusk, so for example a grain of sand, generally what will happen is the mollusk will eject the necra and it will build up over time into a round. However, with a Keshi pearl, what happens is the irritant that has been added actually gets rejected, and therefore it creates this really unusual and unique shape, which is why you get the Keshi pearl shape. These are your silver cultured Keshi pearls. You can see the sizes really differing on this, from 7x8 to 11x8 mil. But one thing that isn't differing is the pure beauty, isn't it? Because the silver is a true silver colouring, isn't it? It's got a metallic edge to it due to the colouring. But then obviously you have the pearlescence, which is inherent for these beautiful organics, and that means you're getting pinks, greens, lavenders, lilacs bursting through on top of the surface on every single one. These are your silver cultured pearls. Your price today is special. Just £9.95 for you today on these stunning Keshi pearls. Let me hold these at the back of my neck. Goodness gallery, you're obsessed with Christmas. I've just said Christmas minimum 6 times in my ear. These remind everyone in the gallery of Christmas, apparently. What would you do with these? Because Keshi pearls, there's something that everyone knows, everyone understands, but perhaps not everyone has worked with yet. What would you do with them, lovely Sammy?
Well, you can do just what you've done there and simply put, and you've got immediately got a look like that. But also, I've used them in my second design inspiration, so you can see some things to do with those there too.
You have indeed. We've got some more Keshi pearls coming up for you in a little bit. If you want the silver colour tone with this sizing, though, now's your opportunity. I've got double buyers on this. Congratulations, everyone coming in. It's £9.95 for you today. Look at the pearlescence, isn't that beautiful? Oh, I'm so excited excited to bring... Now, normally what would happen is we'll bring the challenge to you a little bit later on, but we really just want to get started on this because honestly, I saw it and fell in love with this. Let me show you first.